What's the motherfucking deal? Welcome all the den generates, or friends of the den. I still don't know what we're calling it, but welcome to the den. I hope you're all having a wonderful evening, a magnificent Monday, if you will. I hope your holiday was happy. I don't know. I want to say horrendous. That'd be fucked up. But I'm your host, Ed Honcho. Welcome to the den. If you're not familiar with the den, man, the den is the best conversation on the internet, in my personal opinion, in the whole motherfucking world. But you know, that's up for you to decide. Man, tonight we're going to briefly talk about the Jussie Smollett situation. And, you know, because it's to the point where I just want to see what really is going to happen. But I know people want to talk about it. So we're going to speak on. I know some of the DNOGs like, man, goddamn, Honcho, tired of talking about this shit. But we're going to keep it updated because I know there's a lot of people who have joined the den because of, you know, the commentary on this situation. And, you know, that's something. And, you know, they can be introduced to other aspects of the den as we go along. But we're going to talk about Jussie Smollett. We're going to talk about cancel culture and who the fuck really benefits from cancel culture and who the fuck really gets canceled. You know, everybody's we're gonna cancel, we're canceling everybody, and you know, motherfuckers ain't canceling shit. Motherfuckers don't even cancel their Netflix trials. So anyway, we're gonna talk about all that, man, and whatever else is on your mind. You know, I'm gonna spill my shit for a little bit, and then we'll open up the den line so you guys can call in, you know, add your input if there's something on your mind that may not be one of the topics that we're currently discussing. You want to talk about it, hey, feel free to call in and speak on it. Whatever questions you may ask or have, you feel free to ask. And but before we get into all that, let's see which of the den generates, the friends of the den, see who is joining us this evening. And fuck it, let's just get into it, man. Let's see, I didn't make y'all wait too long today. I was pretty much on time. only about a minute and a half or so. Dr. Rabbit, what's the motherfucking deal? Heidi, what's the motherfucking deal? Jess Sarah, always good to see you. What's the motherfucking deal? Beyond a funny nigga. I knew you was going to say something, goddamn. That's my nigga, though, Beyond. Good looking. Yeah, I know. But hey, you know, hey, we trying to grow here. Beyond, what's the motherfucking deal? Beachy, what's the motherfucking deal? Yo, Nate, Vincent, DeMarcus, Jared Key, what's the motherfucking deal? Simply Deep. Let's see. What's the motherfucking deal? Jaja Era, what's the motherfucking deal? T'Challa, Sabrina Doctor, let's see. Reese, what's the motherfucking deal? Balin, what's the motherfucking deal? Balin over there hollering at all the thickest non-thick women in the world. So, and remember, so I am glad all of you could join this evening. So like I said, that's what I said briefly. Okay, briefly, white persuasion, black persuasion, Asian persuasion, whatever persuasion you are today, aka money persuasion. Y'all don't know nothing about that. Glad that all of you could join this evening. So let's talk about it. The latest updates, you have the two Nigerian brothers. I don't even know how to say their fucking name. I'm not even gonna try to butcher that shit. I can barely say half of y'all's names, so I'm not gonna butcher the Nigerian names. But they are basically working with the police. They don't have charges pressed on them because one, they did not lie to the police. Two, they did not, you know, file any kind of false attack or anything like that. Abel and Ola. Okay, we'll call them that because I've seen some long ass shit. I ain't finna try the long shit. We gonna call them A and O. But you know, so basically they're, you know, helping the police. They are supposed to, I guess, provide some new evidence tomorrow because most likely they're getting a grand jury together to decide whether or not to indict Jussie. Strawberry, what's the motherfucking deal? But right now they don't have immunity. That's the interesting thing. Right now they don't have immunity because technically no charges are being pressed against them. So they don't, I guess, you know, they don't necessarily have to have it. So my deal is this. Oh man, we're going to talk about Boosie Boo, man. Little Boosie Boo. I saw that shit and it's crazy how, or the Mancana. What's the motherfucking deal? I hope I said it right, man. Makina. I'd fucked that up too. So like, you know, forgive me. But we gonna talk about that. Red S, what's the motherfucking deal? Want the situation to get out. Roman, what's the motherfucking deal? Man, look. Hey, he got himself in that situation. He should have known. He should have knew what was up before that. But we got a bunch of shit to talk about. I'm glad y'all mentioned that. Boosie said some of the most suspect shit ever, you know. Hey, but we gonna get onto that. And, you know, originally they said that he was upset because that letter didn't get the attention that he thought it was. You know what I'm saying? He thought it was going to, you know, generate some kind of attention. So I guess he had to take it the next step. So I guess he didn't realize he wasn't as famous as he thought he was. And so, Boosie to be wrong, that's not true. But so he must have thought he was more famous than he was. You know, when the letter came, nobody reacted. Nobody even knew. Nobody knew about the letter until this situation came out. So it is what it is. But apparently, like I said, the two Nigerian gentlemen, they're working with the law enforcement. There was supposed to be a grand jury tomorrow, I believe, but they're saying they're putting that off on hold because there's some other evidence that they're supposed to be collecting to kind of put some more of the details of this case together. So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens with that. What other additional evidence could they possibly have to corroborate this? Now, Chicago PD says that they have been wanting to talk to Jussie. Now, Jussie's been cooperative prior to, and that's why I say when this shit originally happened, that Chicago Police Department was playing chess with Jussie, just whatever. But why I say that is because, you know, it was all fishy to everybody from the start, except for the people who just wanted to push some agenda, and now they don't even want to apologize. You still have him. I'm still standing with it, or they're playing those also games. Well, or the whataboutisms. You know, well, what about this situation? What about fuck all that? We're talking about this situation. I hate that shit. You know, well, what about those people? Man, this is not what we're speaking about. Jussie, we want to talk about those situations. Let's talk about those situations, but this is not where we're talking about that. We'll talk about that, you know, in its own time, in its own right. Right now, we're talking about Jussie Smollett and the bullshit that he's doing. And so, looking at this situation, it's all kind of fucked up. So they were saying that basically he hoped that he's the one that pointed out the camera to the police. And I'm thinking, like I say, you know, cops deal with people on a daily basis. Okay, certain situations, I'm sure they can tell that shit is suspect. And people are suspects. But when you go out there, oh, there's a camera right there, and you're just noticing these certain details that are just so detailed that you're giving them in your report or whatever it may be. And so I think that could have been a symbol or a signal that, hey, you know, might have been some suspect shit going on. But so he pointed to a camera, but unfortunately the camera was facing a different way. And I wish the camera was facing the correct way. Because one, I still think that we would have got to the bottom of it, that it was a hoax ultimately. But what I do believe would have happened is we would have saw how bad of an acting job the whole situation, because the way the story is told is terrible. So I can only imagine how bad the actual fight and all of it is. Like, I would like to see how all that happened in 60 seconds and made the shit believable. That's what I want to know. And so some other things that take place, like I say, he probably canvassed the area. He probably thought, you know, if I do, can go here and go there. And so it's a lot of little details, again, I feel will come out. We know he lawyered up. We know he went and got a defense lawyer and all that other stuff. But now what I don't understand, because it's been about the last 2 days that the cops have wanted to talk to him, and now he doesn't want to go see him. Well, his attorneys released a statement. Well, right now, Jussie has no plans to meet with well, why not? You're a victim. Don't you want to get this case solved? I mean, don't you want why don't you, you know, well, you would still be of the same demeanor if you knew that this was real. And the thing is, he was just hoping that he would be able to sell people by showing up on TV. He's the one that demanded, the Good Morning America interview. So again, it's a lot of things that came out. I ain't even see, I ain't had a chat on. What's up, Jay Dizzle? Baker Man, what's the motherfucking deal? Paul Wellness, Patricia Hagan, what's the motherfucking deal? Welcome to the den. Lyric Northside, what's the motherfucking deal, brother? Hope everybody is doing well. If I missed you, I ain't mean to dish you. Cool Lanver, what's the motherfucking deal? But so my thing is this, man. Fudge Park, now that's fucking hilarious. That's fucking hilarious. Oh man, what is that? MCH Chicago. Well, appreciate the love. Shout out to the South Side of Chicago. But my thing is, it's like I said, it probably would have been able to see the bad acting, but he's the one that wanted the interview. I hope that they can trace the letter, because I'm sure it's something that he had going on. I'm sure you can trace it to him, or maybe the brothers wrote it, because that handwriting I'm saying they had like a 5-year-old kid write that fucking letter. I mean, just when I saw the shit, I'm like, there's no fucking way, or draw the little fucking shit. Like, nobody with any kind of motor coordination in their fucking hands or whatever drew that above the age of 4, 5 years old. All right, Bellingham, man, go get your ass some sleep, Bellingham. Go take that test. You got to ace the test. You know, hey, the den is all about good grades. Yes, we love talking about shit, but we're all about the education. So, you know, make sure you do that damn shit. Oh, he said the Nigerians had the magazines in their house with cut out letters. Well, bam, niggas don't throw away shit. Ain't that terrible? So here's the thing, though. You know, like I say, with all this new stuff coming to the light, it just looks worse for him. I really feel like he should own up. He should go and just say, hey, man, that's it, baby. We're going to catch the squares like that. I'm going to see you in the streets. I know you be in a dirty bay. I got people out there. They watching you. Bizarro, what's the motherfucking deal? So my thing is, you have to look at it like this, okay? You have to look at it like this. Or he should look at it like this. Your best bet is to come clean now, because the more work that the cops have to do, the more they're going to want to be compensated for. So if it's through restitution, if it's through jail time, if it's through whatever it may be, the more work that they have to do to solve this case, the more you're going to have to own up. So the smart thing to do would be like, hey, you know what? I fucked up. I was wanting some attention, or look, throw one of your Democratic donors under the bus, or what are you going to get life? It ain't going to be that bad. But, my thing is you gotta, well, he what he said, he's not weak. I'm not weak. I ain't weak. That whole fucking act. But you got to own up, man, because again, like I say, the longer you stall this out, the more work that you make people have to do to deal with this situation, the worse it is. The thing that bothers me, though, is so many people that are still trying to stick to this story. We saw Kamala, that's all, folks. She couldn't fucking say shit. Like, she knew the shit was fake. She probably hoping that the shit don't get tied back to her motherfucking ass. You know what I'm saying? And that they were actually filming the funeral scene this week. See, that's what I'm saying. So, but now you got the Empire people still trying to, I still back him up. You see some of these other celebrities again with that, well, what about this and what about, it's not about that. Yeah, there are situations. Here's what I want to talk about, okay? Let's talk about the whatabouts. Well, what about this case where it really happened? What about that case where it really happened? Let me talk about the real whatabouts. Yeah, he falsely claimed it was some MAGA people that did it. I don't think that, a lot of people say, well, MAGA people are the victims. I don't think that the MAGA people are the victims. The real victims in this situation, right? The real victims in this situation are the people who really will encounter situations that are fucked up, that are of some sort of hate crime. These are the real victims, and the people he's supposed to be standing up for are the people he's fucking over. Because the real future victims of hate crimes will now not be believed, you know what I'm saying? Will not be believed, and they're going to get fucked up. They're going to be dismissed, you know what I'm saying? They're going to be ignored because they're going to just say, oh, this is another Jussie situation. Those are the people who are getting fucked off in the long run. Everybody else, they're going to continue on with their daily lives. But now, exactly, the future victims, the people who really are victims and who really are suffering from a fucked up situation, they will now initially be disbelieved, and it'll be harder for them to prove the situations that are occurring for him. So that's where he fucked up, The people you're supposed to be protecting are the people you're actually harming. Jay Dizzle, what's the motherfucking deal? Shaolin, what's the motherfucking deal? Wink, what's the motherfucking deal? Rob Myers, what's the motherfucking deal? Let me see. Make sure I ain't missing nobody. Martin Satyan. No, I'm probably fucking your name up, but what's the motherfucking deal? Let's see. Mike Orsini, what's the motherfucking deal? Yeah, Chris Keenan. I mean, that's what I'm saying. He shouldn't. If he doesn't get away with this, if he does, but here's the thing, you got to think about it. A jury your peers, he'll probably be in Chicago, so he will be in Chicago, but may be known depending on so there's a lot of people who are gay who are maybe of the same mind frame as him in that area. They say Chicago's a very liberal place. It'd be very interesting to see what happens with it. You know what I'm saying? It'll be very, very interesting to see what happens with it. Allie Gaines, what's the motherfucking deal? Najee, the Nigerians, but that's the only. I'm not sure if there's a Najee you talk about. But my thing is this. If his attorneys are worth their salt, they're going to tell him, hey, look, odds are against you. Only residents of Boys Town to sit on the jury. Yeah, and that's what I see ultimately. You know what I'm saying? I ultimately see that it will go to restitution. He's going to have to pay for all the time spent. But the thing is, even if he pays restitution, what about all those man hours that could have been going to real cases? Say Najee Ali Islamic hope came from the call and tell the truth and turn himself in. Oh, word? Okay, I'm not familiar with him, so I'm gonna have to check him out. But my thing is this. there are people who were suffering from crimes, victims of crimes or whatever, while all this was going on. But you had all these police, you had all these detectives, you had all these people who were specifically assigned to this fucking case. You know what I'm saying? And they missed the opportunity to get the pertinent information to help maybe solve other cases and things like that. So I think that Jussie did a lot more damage than he's going to be able to compensate for. So it's going to be very interesting. And then that's going to be very interesting because with, the FBI picking that up, does this make this a federal situation? I mean, maybe he has charges in Chicago, but do the feds pick it up on something differently? It's going to be interesting to see everything that ultimately happens with this. I mean, does it become a federal case when you think about the alleged attackers crossing, borders more than state lines? They going in and out of the country. I think, there may be some bases that they can motherfucking me, do that. Yeah, post through the mail. Absolutely. So there you go. Yeah, I mean, that's a federal case right there. So very interesting. You still believe Jussie knows Nigerians are scamming us? 409 scam. See, what it was, they meant to mail Jussie the lottery letter. They accidentally sent him the fucking ransom letter. So it's all fucked up. Yeah, he should have came clean like yesterday. But let's talk about some shit, okay? So I know some people were talking about earlier about old Boosie Boo. Whoo, Boosie Boo. And that comment. Boy, I fuck with Boosie. I used to listen to a lot of Lil Boosie. Can't listen to Lil Boosie right now because that shit'll make you want to do shit you ain't got no business doing. Boosie, let's not even call him Boosie badass. Let's not talk about nothing with ass with Boosie right now. Oh no, not Boosie Collins. I wish this was Boosie Collins, but we talk about Lil Boosie out of where Boosie from? Baton Rouge. So Lil Boosie posted a picture of Jussie Smollett in a very odd way, okay, and said that dick will make you do something, or something said dick will do something to you. Or I forgot how he said it. Dick will do something to you, how you dickmatize something. I can't even blame him. And he misspelled blame, like claim, but blame. I can't even blame him. Man, if that wasn't the most suspect shit, like, if that ain't the most suspect shit, maybe I understand what Boosie probably was trying to say. I understand what Boosie may have, but man, that might have been one he should have just left alone because now he became a trending topic. He became a fucking trending topic for posting that old suspect ass shit. And I saw that shit earlier. You know what I'm saying? I saw the shit earlier and I looked, I was like, oh, Boosie, that shit kind of weird, my dude. You might want to fix that. And then, like I say, about an hour later, that motherfucker there is the trending topic. So that's very odd. But couple other things, like I said, the grand jury situation with Justice to be very interesting to see how that pans out. But they say it's probably got pushed back a couple of days because of some new information. Apparently, the two Nigerian brothers are supposed to be bringing forth. So probably sometime this week they will be determining whether or not, and I'm sure they will be determining if they are going to press charges or they're going to indict him, but we'll see exactly what happened. You hear? I was saying that Boosie, you just got to see it on the gram. He basically said that he said something about the dick will do something to you. That dick will have you dickmatized, and I can't even blame him. The wording of the shit was extremely suspect. Hurrah, what's the motherfucking deal, man? So I don't know if his lawyer, they say his lawyers met with the cop, but like I said, the cop said they want to speak to Jussie. And initially when he was considered the victim, he went to follow-up interviews and all that other stuff. You know what I'm saying? But now, they have no plans to meet with the cops. You know what I'm saying? They have no plans right now. He doesn't have any plans to meet with the police, but they want to speak to him. Why don't you want to talk to him? If you know that you're the victim, if you truly believe this, he talking about, I can't believe how many people have come out against me, or I can't believe that people were this, that, and the third, not believing that this would happen. I'm not lying and all that other shit. Okay, Russell Flowers, what's the motherfucking deal? Edwin Baptiste, yeah, that shit was super suspect, man. But my thing is, so why not meet with the police to clear that up? You should have some type of proof. April Nelly, what's the motherfucking deal? And anybody else? Webby, I think Webby just dropped the album. You know what I'm saying? If I'm not mistaken. But you know, if you know that you're telling the truth, you should have evidence to corroborate this stuff. You know, again, those redacted phone records look real suspect. You know, why didn't you want to get the real ones? Again, it's a whole lot of shit going on with this case that is going to come to light very soon. You say you turn the comments off on all the social media. I would think that's the wise thing to do. You say, why don't we hear about the person on the phone where his partner mentioned the interview? And the dude who was supposed to be on the phone, what I forgot, I knew it and I forgot it. I should have wrote it down. His manager, again. My thing with that, before they even said it, he was, well, when they did say he was on the phone and before saying he heard all that shit, should the manager be charged also? Because he's claiming, he's corroborating these false claims, right? He's come out as a part of this saying, well, I heard it being said. So that means either, it could go one of two ways, because let's say they did create this whole thing and the manager might not have been into it. He might not have known. Excuse me. Pardon me. Yeah, I burped a little bit. Yeah, that ain't the first one y'all heard. Excuse me. Now, Jussie could have just happened to call his manager, maybe not told him what was happening, and be feeling, you know, whatever when he was talking. And he could have heard it. It could have happened. But honestly, I feel like the manager's a part of it, because Jussie probably, you know, hey, he makes money off Jussie Smollett, right? So if Jussie's not working, then if Jussie's not working, then old buddy's not eating. Jussie's manager probably knows, okay, well, he's probably finna get written off the show. He's probably finna, you know, this nigga really can't sing, so his music career ain't really going nowhere. I believe Lee Daniels. I mean, I absorb everything. Like from the jump, I feel like Lee Daniels knew about this shit, and probably I wouldn't be surprised if he helped put some of this shit in his head, honestly. So my thing is, you said come up, and I agree. I really think this is deeper than what it is, and that's why I say that's why he has such a high profile lawyer. You know what I mean? Go get a lawyer who's been in a few big cases recently, and that's why you still have some of these Democratic candidates who aren't willing to come out and say, you know, I don't condone what he did. I don't agree with what he did. Kamala, like I say, she was stuttering, you know, what tweet was that? I tweeted something. I don't even know how to use Twitter. That bitch forgot how to use Twitter. She Twitter fingers broke and shit. Oh, that was one of my aides or something, like, you know, she act like she don't remember none of shit. Bitch, you just took the fucking picture with him. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what the fuck is going on. You came out and took a stand on the fucking shit. What else happened? Booker. Cory Booker, whatever his fucking name is, need to be Bookman, goofy ass motherfucker. Well, you know, we just gotta wait till all the facts come out. Like, you didn't care about the facts when you went out there and said, hey, you know, nobody cared about the facts when y'all jumped on the case because this is his friend, this is your amigo, this your partner, this your homeboy. He's pushing this because y'all are behind the shit, you know. And we gotta wait till the facts come out. You know, we gotta find out. And what's super funny is because, again, I ain't MAGA, I ain't liberal. I'm just an independent-minded person just thinking on my own accord. But it's funny that I see this phrase being used now by people on the left, because whenever these victim situations, these situations would happen, you know, it would always be more people on the right would say, hey, let's wait till all the facts come out. We don't know the full details, you know, whatever. This case, it seemed like people more on the right, or people who were just reasonably thinking, because I don't even think it was all right-wing people, was like, man, this shit don't make any sense. And now, you know, these people over here jumping, hey, there was a crime, it was this. Now it's, well, let's wait till the facts come out before we know what's going on. It's funny how the lingo has flipped, you know, and again, why is that? You know, there's reasons. Again, I would not be surprised if Kamala, I would not be surprised if Bookman and Koala are behind this shit, you know. They're practically running mates, you know what I'm saying? Boosie just went live. I don't want no plex, Boosie Boo. I know you got them hitters, man. I don't want no problem, Boosie Boo. But seriously, and so my thing is, right now we live in this attention culture, and I think if people put too much, people are putting too much on the internet, and what I mean by that is going too hard on the internet's opinion. And we're going to talk about cancel culture here shortly. Because, you know, I think that has something to do with it. And I'm gonna open up the Denline here in let's say 4 minutes. I'll open up the Denline, and you guys can call in, you guys can express your thoughts or whatever it is. You know, you can call or text the Denline and we'll talk about it. But my thing is, I think these politicians on the left are listening too much to the internet and not really getting out there to know the real people, because they have maybe young people working on their campaigns, you know, because, you know, social media is the new thing, so we got to get that feel for social media. And they're going too far all in on social media. I think that's kind of what Hillary did. She felt like, oh, social media had her back. They were saying she was going to do this, that, and the third. And turns out that Trump rounded up the people, the real people. And, you know, it is what it is. And I think that that's what they're doing now, because they're listening to Twitter, the outrage culture, the cancel culture, all this shit that, and a lot of the people who are always about the outrage and about the this, that, and the third like that are generally more people who feel victimized and oppressed by everything. That's why they're spending more time on the internet voicing their shit instead of addressing their problems head on. You know what I'm saying? Jeremiah, what's the motherfucking deal? And yeah, I saw somebody say, was that Cultured Anubis, what's the motherfucking deal? Let the facts about to before we lose our entire political. But that's what's going to happen, though. And again, they already in a bad spot. Cavity Creek, what's the motherfucking deal? But here's my deal with that, though. Al Sharpton, yes, I saw Al Sharpton find. You know he gonna find him. Man, look. If it's a fucking crack in the door, Al Sharpton is gonna slit it through that bitch. You ever wonder how a fucking snake can slide up a fucking toilet? That's fucking Al Sharpton and how he gets his name involved in bullshit. Like, that's like, I'm gonna be honest with you. We talk about shit, I guess we was talking about confessions yesterday. That's one of the things I fear the fucking most. I don't know why. And the likelihood of that shit happening is fucking slim. But I would lose my shit if I've seen it a bunch of times, man. If I ever fucking saw a snake, well, you know, that's my thing. Just taking me a good old, you know, taking some Twitter on the shitter time, and a fucking snake ever came up out that motherfucker, I would lose. I would never shit again. I'd fucking go straight paper bag action for the rest of my life, man. Straight up, man. But you know what I'm saying? Totally TASMR. What's the motherfucking deal, man? Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. So my thing though is, you say scream like you're 3 years old. I'm dead serious. Like, it ain't too much that I'm concerned about in life. Ain't too much that I'm worried about. Like, anything, just because the fucking snake has the element of surprise on your ass, literally. I don't want no beef, man. I don't want no beef with the snakes. But you know, that's a long shot. Whatever. But getting back to it, the snake in the toilet, that's fucking Sharpton, man. And that's the way he just slides into shit. He ain't got no motherfucking business. The wise man in the house. What's the motherfucking deal, man? Good to see you. You say you should hear it coming. Man, I don't want nothing to do with the Burmese pythons. I don't want no beef with the snakes, man. Nor snake ass people. But Jordan Henley, what's the motherfucking deal, man? You say some rats and snakes coming up out there. Come over. I could deal with the rat more so, as long as you don't bite me, you know, but it's just the snake, because then we got a whole different situation. You know how I seen a motherfucking video where they were trying to get him out of the fucking the toilet, and that was a fight, you know. So you fucking up the plumbing and shit. But we're getting back to the topic at hand. A lot of issues with what's going on, man. It's a lot of shit. You say your outhouse days are over. Oh, hey, man, it is what it is. Look, it's shit. You never know. One day you might, that shit, you know, the system might crash. Might have to go back to that shit. You make sure you look both ways like you're crossing the street. But seriously, you know, this whole situation with Jussie is just, it's super suspect. The more he holds out, the more damage he's doing. You know what I'm saying? And it's unfortunate. You know what I'm saying? All right, Patricia, appreciate you coming through. So my thing is, look, man, like I said, we're going to open up the line here in just a second. But he needs to go ahead and come clean. Is he going to, do I really honestly think he's going to go to jail? I don't think so. Money and power is a motherfucker. I don't know his criminal history, but I'm sure he doesn't have much of a background, if any. So I don't think he's going to go to jail. Honestly, should he? Probably, even if it's just a few months, just to make an example out of him. But again, it's going to be a public apology to the people, to the Chicago Police Department. He's going to pay some money, and then that's it. And then his career, it's not over, because what's going to happen again, you have those people who are willing to say, well, this is the history of the Chicago Police Department and the things that they do to people. And you know, that may be the case, but this shit here didn't need, it could have been in fucking the Mexico, the police department, whatever, any suspect ass police department in the world. It could have been the greatest police department in the world. This shit here is suspect. You know what I'm saying? Like the whole play from the very beginning was just trash. But, you know, that's enough of my spiel. Like I said, we're going to talk about cancel culture here shortly. We're going to talk about some other things. But first, let me open up the Denline. It says that sometimes if you do like dot something, it'll automatically say that. So sometimes you just got to pay it no mind. It'll just say that you posted a link, and even though you really didn't. So it just does that. Like if you have like maybe like 2 words together after a period or something like that, it'll just automatically fucking do it. So yeah, I see that pop up sometime. You know, it's just an automatic setting. I need to fix all of those things though. Let's see. So let's drop the Denline number there. And while we're doing that, man, make sure you're following the Den on all the, all the proper socials. Facebook.com/DenShowLive, Twitter @DenShowLive, Instagram @DenShowLive, both of those different platforms, same name. And if you still one of the few people who, like the last 20 people on earth who still use Facebook, make sure you join the Den Facebook group. You know, we get to some nonsense, some shenanigans there, but we're definitely entertaining. All right. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling the Den this evening?
It is your boy Roman.
Roman, what's the motherfucking deal, Roman? What do you want to drop in the Den tonight, man?
Man, well, I'm gonna talk about 3 things. They're gonna be quick, man. I'm gonna talk about Jussie, Boosie, and I gotta tell y'all a story real quick. It's gonna make y'all laugh. I ain't gonna talk about no politics, man. I ain't trying to go into no game. I ain't about to get my ass chewed out by some of them people. Roman, your facts is wrong. I see that a bunch of times. I'm like, well, damn. So I talk about politics. So, but talking about Jussie, man. You know why I think this story was, Honcho, man? I think he thought this story was going to elevate his career. He knew he was going to get killed off of Empire. He knew it was done. He knew, you know, after that, I have nothing else because I've been on Empire my whole career. Yeah, he did shit as a child, but as we know him now, all he had was Empire. And he knew he was getting killed off, so he said, let me make up some and let me do some to where I'm still relevant. Let me make up a story because look, let's be honest, he's black. He's gay. He knows in a predominantly liberal place he was at he thought he was gonna feel sympathy. He thought he made a good enough story. For people to believe him. You said it best. He's an actor, so of course when he starts crying, it looks like it's real. But he's paid to act. You know, for all we know, Lee Daniels could have wrote this whole thing together and told him how to do it because he is a director. You know, it was a plan out. And I also think this might be Lee Daniels' plan because you know what? He knows Empire is going to shit. He knows Empire hasn't been shit since season 1. So, you know, he's thinking is, let me probably figure out some way to get, oh, God, let's watch Empire because you know why? People going to start feeling sympathy for Jussie if the plan works out. And then we should probably start watching Empire. You know, they killing them off and blah, 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 blah. I feel like it was a stunt. And you know why? People are calling them out on bullshit. People calling y'all out because your shit don't make sense. And you trying to play this gay and black card, and I ain't here for it. I'm black, but I ain't here for it, bro. You lie, and you lying to everybody. You making people want to feel sympathy for you when you really just playing everybody, bro. Don't fuck with people's emotions like that, man. So I think he deserves jail time. I'm not saying he deserves 50 years in the pen, but I feel like 6 months to a year would be good for him because, you know, when you lie, and you act like everybody's supposed to say, oh, whoop-de-doo, because of you wasn't gay, in my opinion, this wouldn't slide. Like say, if this was goddamn Tanisha Johnson, a black girl doing this, wouldn't happen. A black man doing this not non-gay, wouldn't do this, bro. Nobody would give a damn. But you being gay and living in the gay agenda, especially of Hollywood, it works for you. So that's why I think. Okay. Now, when it comes to Boosie badass, look at this. I like a lot of Boosie songs because Boosie is constantly on the playlist. Let's don't get twisted. I respect Boosie, and you say he got them killers, he got them hitters in Louisiana, man. Let's don't get twisted. He is from Louisiana. He is cool with Baby. We all know about Baby, but don't talk about Baby. You know, so it wouldn't shock me. It wouldn't shock me because Boosie talked about gays his whole career, how much he don't like them. But you got to think about a lot of times people who hate gays the most and talk about them the most, it's predominantly gay because they hate that inner side of them. Now that's not everybody. That's been in the case of a lot of people, you know, who hated and talked about gays and then figure out to be gay. Now, am I calling Boosie gay? No. This is, I think it's two parts. I think he could, and I think it's most likely this. He could have just worded it wrong. You know how Boosie is. The nigga probably ain't the best at spelling. He's from Louisiana. We know how niggas is down there. I got family down there. I bet you probably got family down in Louisiana. You know, I got family. I got absolutis and all that, all crazy ass things. And they can't talk, and they spelling 100. So it could be where he was trying to word it was wrong, but still just talking about, it's not like you post a picture of a girl, of a woman, an ass, then you talking about that. Then it'll make more sense. Why you post something like that? That makes people look suspicious at you with like, Boosie, for all your career, ain't really been fucking with that gay shit, but now you're talking about this. It's like, what you mean? You know, what you talking about? What are you trying to project? So I think it's really just wording. Like I say, Boosie ain't coming off the playlist. I'll tell you that. But I think it's wording, but we never know, man. So I'm gonna let that go. And my last point, man. Let me tell you about the story when you talk about that snake. So let me tell you about mine. This is quick, man. So I'm walking my dog, right? Pitbull. We live by the bayou, man. So the bayou long as hell, bro. It goes all across where Reed and all different streets, man. So we live right by. So I'm walking down the bayou, man. The bayou pretty big, long, big fields. She can go poop and pee and do what she needs to do. And I just want to sit on the little rail they got right there and just look and let her do her business. So I'm walking. And I'm walking. Tell me what, big ass snake, bro. This my ass. I'm just walking. I'm looking straight ahead, bro. I'm not looking down. I'm looking straight ahead. And some told me look down. But I looked down, that snake was looking at me, bro. That nigga bust up, too. That nigga, you know how snakes, they put their head up ready to attack. No, my dumb ass, I said, not today, nigga. I jumped over that rail. I ran so goddamn fast, bro. Woo! I didn't stop running, too. I was like, I will be damned to get... The snake, Honcho, I bet you it wasn't poisonous. But you know why I thought, hell no, that motherfucker be a water moccasin. We was by the water. So I'm thinking, whoa, I ain't taking no chances with this snake. So I ran the fast as I can. My dog, thank you. She trained. She ran behind me. Okay. So, I was that was terrifying, bro. But you don't fuck with snakes, bro. Yeah. Snakes, they represent the devil in the Bible for a reason, bro. They're not to be fucked with. You leave them alone. Let them do what they do. Only thing we need snakes for is to eat rats. You know. And that's about it. So that's how I feel, Honcho, man. Like I say, this Jussie situation, bro, I think it's stupid, kind of tired by him about it. But I support you, Honcho, so I'm still listening. But I'm hoping this shit ends because the Den need a new topic because this Jussie shit, woo-wee, I know. I'm not the only one kind of tired of hearing about it. But, hey, I know it's news. It's the biggest news out right now. So I don't blame you. I know you're just trying to do more views for the show. So I'm going to support you, Honcho. So that's all I got, man. It's your boy, Ron. I'm out, man.
All right, Ron, man. Appreciate the call, man.
Man, anytime.
All right, hold on. We got another. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in the Den this evening?
Hey, how's it going, man? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, right on. Thanks for taking my call, Honcho. It's my first time calling into your show. I've been watching for a couple weeks now. Okay. You run a pretty good show, man. Yeah, this whole Jussie Smollett situation got you a whole lot of followers, and there hasn't been a whole lot that can be said now, even though the story's evolving. Like, goddamn, like every 15 minutes, man, you go back onto the interwebs and you'll find some new stuff that's developed or being debunked. I was wondering if you could take just a minute and sort of break it down for your audience, just kind of an observation that I can make about this whole situation that I haven't heard a lot about. I actually don't even hold Jussie that personally responsible. A person in that mindset, he may be suffering from celebrity or like Trump derangement syndrome, or he just got people all around him whispering in his ear and just maybe not necessarily giving him the best advice. There's also sort of, you know, what you just mentioned before, like you're kind of getting tired of like hearing all these people still sticking up for him and still standing up for him, even though it's more or less all the facts that come out and it's really looking bad. You still got mad black YouTubers holding the line. I mean, like, you cannot debate logic with them. You cannot provide them evidence. They will attack you. They will call you a coon. They'll call you all kinds of stuff if you even, you know, waver in holding the black line. So what I was just trying to offer a little bit of perspective to y'all in your audience, and then have you break it down for us, is, you know, if you kind of notice, like, the media has no love for other minority groups either, right? Like, specifically, I can point out Asian Americans. I mean, your chat room's going to blow up with all kinds of, you know, hate and shit, but like, keeping it real, like, there's no love for them. But the stereotype and the undercurrent of whatever the puppet masters are trying to put in all of our heads, they generally regard them as smarter than everyone, but unwilling to fight back or voice their opinion as a general stereotype. Where on the other end of the spectrum, you have black people, which I think we see very clearly from the liberal media, and they keep feeding y'all this, is like, they don't think black people are very smart, but you will always fight, persistently outrage, constantly looking for a fight. And I think whoever you identify the puppet masters are, they may be, you know, classic Jewish controlled media or the liberal left or white slave masters, whatever. They do not think the larger black community is very intelligent. And I was just wondering if you could speak about that as one of the few people on YouTube, not few, but there's few, but of that faction where I think you see that. And the last thing I want to say to put this in proper perspective before you break it down is I am not an African American. And when I was back in probably like 8th grade, one of the most important few pages out of any book that I've ever read was the autobiography of Malcolm X, specifically the passage regarding the house Negro and the field Negro. And once I read that passage, man, almost damn near everything in this country started to make sense in various degrees. And what I was hoping you could talk about is like Al Sharpton, Angela Rye, Simone Sanders, all the white liberals. I think they're like house slaves, brother. I think they see that they can keep on getting paid if they continue the narrative to the less enlightened field Negroes. But when the shit goes south, man, when the crops don't come in, when the field slaves hear freedom and they run to the north, who the fuck you think is going to be put back into the fields? It's not going to be the white master, right? It'll be the turn for the house Negro to become the field Negro. And I think that's precisely what they are trying to keep to the larger masses by feeding this perpetual outrage and this fake hoaxes and everything is racist. Because as long as black people on the whole believe that, they will not see that they are on the mental plantation. You feel me?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'll definitely speak on that, man. But
thanks, man. I'm gonna stop off now.
I didn't catch your name.
Go ahead.
What was your name now?
My name's Mike, man. I'm MC Chicago.
All right, cool. Mike from Chicago. I got you, man. Mike, hey, I appreciate the call, and I hope you call in soon, man.
Thanks, brother.
Already. Very interesting. And I agree. I agree with a lot of what he said. And, you know, I talk, you know, we talk MLK, we talk Malcolm X. We've had some of those conversations in here and where I lean and why. And it's funny because you have a lot of liberals who always quote a lot of Malcolm X and don't really know what he was about. Shit, let's take this call and then I'm gonna get back to that because I really do want to talk on that one. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
What's going on, Honcho?
It's just the guy that hates school, Dr. Rabbit. What's the motherfucking deal, man? What do you want to drop in the den this evening?
Man, I don't know what I have a bigger fear of, snakes or cockroaches.
Hey, when we come to cockroaches, you better man up against the cockroaches. The cockroach ain't gonna do nothing to you. It's just disgusting.
No.
The snake poses a threat.
They're just so weird. I was going into the into my bathroom one time, and I see a cockroach on the floor, and I'm like, oh shit. I go to grab my shoe, and he's not on the floor. And I'm like, where'd he go? As soon as I look up, I see him crawling on the fucking ceiling. And I realize I'm dealing with a flying cockroach. And there was no flash water in the vicinity.
Okay.
And I'm 5'8".
Bad look. I have a story. I think I might have told it here a long time ago. I'll tell y'all the story. I'll tell y'all the story here shortly, but I want to address that last call. But you survived, and that's ultimately what counts, Dr. Rabbit. So you survived the cockroach incident, and I appreciate you calling in. But I want to address this last call. But stay away from the cockroaches.
All right, man.
All right, Dr. Rabbit. But anyway, so what the last caller said, and I do believe that, man. I do believe that there is I like to call them poverty pimps. There's a group of blacks in America who need to hold down other black people and have them believe in a certain way. Let's take this call real quick. I'm going to pause the line. I want to address this in a second. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
Hey, it's your boy Josh again, man.
Josh, what's the motherfucking deal, Josh? What would you like to drop in the den this evening, man?
All right, man. But about this topic, once again, for about fifth, sixth time, I think that if he lies about this and it comes out that it's all a hoax, which is probably almost a done deal, it's just finalizing, man. I think there should be, serious consequences. I think he's probably not going to face jail time because of his status. It just is what it is. But because it's going to be on some 21 Savage shit, like someone's going to bail him out of jail one day or some shit. But anyway, it should be a hefty fine to the point where it's like people should be diverted from doing this again, because you can't do this type of stuff. Like, you can't be out here faking crimes and trying to make a side look bad, because all it does is just helps the opposing side win. Like, as far as Trump goes, I just don't see the real point in anyone doing this, even for this career, because your career is gone. You're just, your managers are gone. I mean, the whole crew could be cleaned out like it is on Clean House pretty much just because of this incident. So I just don't see any positive thing in it. But anyway, so for any serious topic, there's this. I just came back from work, and it's just so sad that I just seen, because I follow some students on PV from my feed, and they talking about how they don't have housing. So I try to have a donation for them kids like this. So if anybody have like 5 cents a day to donate, it could be very appreciated, man. Kids have nowhere to stay. The boys getting kicked out, man. Hey, them boys. Hey,
man.
Nah,
that's
man, because them kids, man. Because they getting, because what's happening is like, so the person they moving in, right? So they're kicking out all the like juniors and seniors out and making them live off campus. The problem with that is everybody know PV in the middle of nowhere, so they don't have shit.
Yeah. Man,
so,
you hold on, but you know my saying when it comes to them kids, man.
Yeah, fuck them kids.
Fuck them kids. Nah, man, that is fucked up though. But that's why we talk about HBCUs, man, and like, that's what happens when you make a certain. And I'm not faulting anybody for trying to go to college. You know what I'm saying? I'm not faulting anybody for trying to improve themselves. But if you got options, like I know, HBCU thing sounds good. But if you're talking long term and you want that resume to look right, or you trying to have a better ability to network and all that other good shit, man, hey Jack, you better go ahead. What you call them? What was the little acronym for them? I forgot what you call them. PWIs.
Oh yeah,
PWIs, predominantly white institutions, whatever. I call them PAIs. I think they're predominantly Asian at this point. But my thing is. you know, it's unfortunate, and you know, it's sad, but hey, you know, you gotta be familiar with the university you're going to. Don't just go just because it's gonna be live, it's gonna be this, that, the third. You got to do some research when you fucking when you looking at that type of shit, man. And that's unfortunate. Motherfuckers ain't even got a place to stay. Damn, that's bad.
Yeah. Yeah. But can y'all please donate to the fund, man?
Hell no.
Take 5 cents.
If it ain't U of H, fuck that shit, man. Fuck them kids, goddamn PV. Motherfucker ain't even beat TSU, goddamn.
That's some fucked up shit, cause like I know that. Cause Tim Fertitta could go and be on some and have the shit built next year, but he doing that shit? Nah. Man,
fuck no. What is that gonna do to benefit? They don't want to be associated with that goddamn school. Goddamn that. You know, U of H ought to come up. You don't want to be associated with that bullshit. Fuck PV. Fuck them motherfuckers. My thing is though, you know, I want to see people get education, but that ain't the lick. But I appreciate the call there, Josh.
All right, man. Just 5 cents a day, man.
5 cents a day for the do shit. I can't even smoke with that shit. Y'all get me all off track and shit. Hold on, I'm finna pause for a second. I want to make sure I address this last call. I do want to address these things, and I think that is a real situation, especially, you know, and that's what kind of woke me up. Because I tell y'all, man, I used to be of a different belief. I used to be on the whole, oh, it's me, you know, we all black, we oppressed, and we this, that, and the third. And I've told y'all multiple times about the events that led to my views changing. And one, sitting here thinking that somebody got power over you is a limiting fucking belief, man. I'm not with that shit. I don't, you can't tell me nobody got power. I mean, it's where I guess I had contradicting beliefs at that point, you know. To sit here and say, okay, well, I can only reach this high on the fucking totem pole because of my skin, you got me fucked up, man. Like, and that's why you ain't gonna hear me saying, oh, this motherfucker, or these people are better, this people are better. Man, fuck no, man. You can achieve whatever the fuck you put yourself out there to achieve. And when you have black people who continue to spread that narrative amongst ourselves, you don't realize the damage you're doing to the next man. Even if you do believe that shit, don't say no shit like that, because words are powerful. Words are, they're the transmission of thoughts, your thoughts to someone else, and they can have an impact. So if you sit here and say, oh man, you know, we'll never be this or we'll never be that, you don't know how many people that kills the little seed of ambition that they may have. You know, hey, you don't know until you fucking try, but most people don't try because they continue listening to these people. Like, why I hate a lot of the talk that comes from the left is because, you know, well, we can't do this, we can't, you can't make it without this program, or you can't make it without this, that, and the third. Man, there's been people before us. You know, it was funny. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna tell y'all a little story today. I was talking with the little one today, you know, with it being Black history or whatever. I'm gonna be honest, I care more about the Black future than I do about Black history. And so, you know, we kind of talked to her. It's like, well, what do they tell you in school? You know, they talk about slaves and they talk about MLK, the generic bullshit they always talk about. I say, well, hey, you know, today we're going to talk about some people. Let me tell you how powerful your mind is. And we talked to her about 6 people, because I saw an Instagram post, and it was talking about 6 people who were actually slaves that went on to become millionaires in a time where it was still illegal for motherfuckers to be reading. It was still illegal for motherfuckers to do a lot of shit. You know what I'm saying? And so, you know, I say right now, you don't have these issues. You don't have these problems. This is not, we're not just slaves. It's people who will push that to you. It's people who will tell you, oh, we were slaves, so we can't do this. It was actual fucking slaves who went on to become millionaires, who in this day and age, that would damn near probably be closer to $1 billion than $1 million, you know, and you know, and again, there were lots of successful blacks. And why were they successful? Because they decided to fucking be successful. And I'm not with this whole, well, we can't do this because we can't do this, or we need to have this because, man, fuck that shit. Okay, you can't sit here and talk about kings and queens and all this shit all day long, but then say, you know, you it's somebody else holding me. Well, who gets held down by a fucking king? Who gets pushed down by a fucking king, man? Or who holds down the king? I thought the king was supposed to be top of the tower. Like, man, but my deal is this. Hey, let's stop fucking with Gucci. You want to talk about you talking about, you know, boycotting Gucci, because I told you we're gonna get into the cancel culture. Let's stop fucking with all this shit that you know is not benefiting you because you wanna look like you wanna shine, you shining on somebody. You know what I'm saying? Because you want to look like you're doing better than somebody. You know, and I talk about segregation, and some people say, oh, Honcho, you crazy. You shouldn't say that. And I said segregation was a good thing. You know, segregation was a good thing for black people at the time because it forced you to spend money within your own community, to build up your own community, to appreciate your own fucking community, because that's all you had. So you had to go and appreciate what you had. You had to motherfucking me do what you had to fucking do. You know what I'm saying? And now, as soon as you had the opportunity, you know, you sit here and say, oh, we hate white people, or we hate this, or they're doing this to us, they're doing that to us. So then you go spend your money elsewhere. So it's like, it doesn't make sense. You know what I'm saying? Then we can get into the black business. We've had the black business discussion in multiple times on different levels here. But let's get to the point that the caller made, and he was talking about, you know, some of these predominant figures who speak, I guess you would say, for black people in the media. And they tell you these things. Oh, we need this, we need that. You know, I came from poverty and this. Well, how did you make it? How were you the one that was able to be successful? So either you're telling me that you didn't need these same programs that you were able to benefit, you became successful without, but you were able to do it, but I need them. So are you telling me that you're better than me? Or are you telling me that you're smarter than me? I mean, what is it that you're trying to say? Or what is it that you're trying to do? Or when you just feel like we all have this one mind frame, this one mentality, to me, I feel like that's a more ignorant way of thinking than anything. Like, so my deal is this, you know what I'm saying? My deal is this. I'm a person that looks at it like this. You have to make certain decisions, okay? You have to make certain decisions. I told you I had a black-owned business, and what happened with that whole situation when I was in several black groups, black business groups, and all these other things. And what happened with the support of what I was doing, as opposed to, like I said, if it would have been a barber shop or something that we always do, you know, the same old. But I went and did something different and got no support. Now, the same companies that are doing that, it was a similar company at the same time, small. They were small scale, and where I was small scale, they blew up. And I told a lot of the DNOGs, no, that company went on and got bought by Tillman Fertitta for $300 million. We were doing the exact same thing, exact same shit. Now that company is solid. Now part of that is on me because I was going through some things at the time and didn't, you know, there were issues with it. But even with at the prime time that it was going, there was, I was sitting there talking about the clientele was white and Hispanic primarily. When the first people to know about, like I say, in these predominantly black business groups and things like that, there's a lot of other underlying issues. There's a lot of other underlying issues within the black community, and it's economic based, but there are a lot of other issues that I think it's going to take a lot to really get into. But talking about those gatekeepers or those people who say, you know, they mislead people, because if you don't sell the blacks on this emotional thing, and I think that's what it is, we operate by emotion more so than logic. You know what I'm saying? I care more about black's future than black history. All right, I'm gonna jot that down because it's true. You know what I'm saying? That's why y'all haven't really heard me say much about black history, but I want to know where we're going in the future, because here's the thing. With black people, we're so busy looking about, well, this happened then, this happened then, well, this happened to us. And then when something comes up, some technology comes out or some new thing happens, well, we weren't in on that, or we weren't involved in that. Why didn't, you know, we were not a part of that. We don't have this, because we were so busy looking behind us when the future was coming at us face forward, head on, and we missed the shit. And then we look at it in the back, well, why didn't we may be using it, but we don't own shit. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is, though. You know, I don't want to get on that, but my thing is this. So at that point, I learned I will support quality black businesses. I have no problem with that, but it's quality first to me. We talk about how so many black businesses, or they just expect because you black, you have to patronize. We've had that conversation a couple of times, man. We'll talk about the Jewish situation. We're gonna get canceled like 21 and LeBron, but we'll talk about it. Because when you see anybody say something about Jewish people, they rally together, they shut that shit down quickly. You know what I'm saying? Quickly, instantly. You will be condemned for that shit, but it doesn't work like that. You know, like I say, there's so many factors to this. But specifically about the people who come on TV every day telling black people that, you know, it has to be this way, it has to be that way, it has to be this way. Man, who are the ones that are successful primarily outside of the small percentage you have of making it in sports, the small percentage chance that you have of making it in entertainment, or those type of fields? Because it's a very small chance, you know, but that's what we look up to. We look up to the entertainers, and that's why Jussie Smollett's situation is so big, man. That's why it is so what it is, because you have so many black people who look up to these entertainers like they're gods, like they are, you know, what it is. Puppy breath, Roman Kemp. And so my thing is, you go in and you look at the people who are consistently successful. You look at what they say and what they talk about. They're never with that agenda. They're never with this whole handout culture, this whole, hey, we need this to make it. Look at every motherfucker you talk about, every dope boy, every drug dealer, whatever. They didn't come from handout. I'm not saying that's the way to go, but every rapper is supposedly a drug dealer, supposedly it is that and the third. What it takes to come up selling drugs, you got to be on your own fucking grind, right? You got to be on your own motherfucking hustle to build whatever it is that you're trying to do. That doesn't come from a handout or you owe me this or whatever. And I'm not saying do anything illegal, but any business takes grind, takes effort, and you're going against the odds. Because you said it's an Asian neighborhood, yeah, and you see the examples all around us when you talk about that. The Asians, what do? They come into their own community, they fuck with themselves, or they go to where they can eat. So they go to black communities and they put up businesses that they know, the beauty supply stores, the chicken joints, the motherfucking nail salons, the shit like that, and they gonna make money, you know, because they know that this is stuff we're gonna continue to spend on, right? So then you got even the Indians, Arabs, whatever you want to call them, same deal. They know where they're going to make money, but then outside of that, they spend it on their own. When it comes to their culture, they'll live 20 deep in a motherfucking house. They'll live 20 deep in a fucking house so that everybody can eat. They'll pay just a couple of fucking, they'll each break a little bit of bread on a bill so they keep the majority. They're willing to live uncomfortably to get to the next level. You know what I'm saying? I'll talk about the road story here in a minute. God damn it, Dr. Rabb, you getting me distracted. But they'll do things in their community to group together, to build, because they have long-term goals. As black people, we have immediate gratification because we feel like we're owed something because of everything that's happened. I'm not saying that, you know, what happened in the past was right, but you got a life right now. And if you're going to be continuing to worry about all that other shit and not focusing on the life that you have to live right now, right here, then you wasting your own fucking opportunity, man. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, I did the census thing for a little bit. It was very interesting, very interesting. But I agree, man. And the thing is, what do you see? Do you see whenever? And it's funny how it's always time for the election. You don't ever hear them pandering out to the Asians. No, they don't do that. You start hearing some immigration talks for a little bit of reason when it comes to Hispanics, because that's a polarizing topic. But for the most part, you'll have some Hispanics in the conversation, but they're not really tripping because, you know, I sit here and I wonder, especially being down in H-Town. You ever look through those car magazines that you find, like you be at the store, the little free thing? And if you ever look through them, man, they have ads all in Spanish. They have all, yeah, I saw that with Harvard. That's crazy. They have ads all in Spanish, and basically, if you translate, it's no license, no social security, no, and you wonder, like, how the fuck are these motherfuckers? One, this shit ain't even in English. Two, how are they able to do all this? Because the Hispanics come together, they work, they grind, they build money in their communities. You know, they do what they have to do to become dominant in their own avenue. And they have their own cultures within cultures. That's why you see, when you go to a city, they have a Chinatown. When you have a heavily Hispanic, that's Little Mexico, or whatever else places it may be. But when it comes to black, that's just the hood, man. That's all that is. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no little Africa, no nothing, no coming together. That's just the hood. So my thing is, they have communities within communities. We have communities within communities, but we're not on that page. Because it's like I say, it's too much infighting, too much, you know, belief that we're owed some bullshit. And I'm not saying, you know, if you believe, hey, it is what it is, but you don't have time to wait on it. And that's the thing. You don't have time to wait on it. You got one life, and that bitch is going to be short. I don't care if it's 60, 70, 80, 100 years. It's still short. And you have to get on your grind. We talk about gentrification. There can be no gentrification if that property ain't up for sale, right? If I'm not selling this property, you can't come in and buy it. If I'm not selling all the spots in the hood, you can't come in and buy it, can you? But we don't maintain the shit. We don't take care of the shit. Motherfuckers, we'll fix the cars up, but fuck the house. You know what I'm saying? Fuck the property. Fuck getting together as a neighborhood. And I'm not saying go out and have a fucking homeowners association, but you can come together as a collective. Hey, you know, let's do something. Let's do something. Let's make this neighborhood better. Let's show these kids what it is to respect something. Like motherfuckers is okay with niggas posted up on the block. And I'm like I say, I'm not knocking the hustle because I done been there and done that. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want to sound like a hypocrite, but let's be realistic. Somebody made that point a while back. When you start letting motherfuckers come out and just post up on the block and sell dope and just make it look, this is what it is. This is trap. It's wide open. You know what I'm saying? We don't care. We're not going to do nothing about it. Then that's what they're going to treat it like. You know what I'm saying? And so that's what it is. We talk about the business aspect of it is, you know, we don't treat, and when you have customers, I believe in over providing value. You know what I mean? But we have black businesses, because of the way we look at each other, we're not trying to over provide value, because the business owner looks at the customer a certain way. The customer looks at the business owner a certain way. Sometimes I don't know who to blame, because, you know, we talked about it the other day. Hey, you start a black business. Hey man, let me get a hookup. You know, what's up with this? Let me get, and then eventually that business owner probably becomes numb to that type of customer, right? Or, you know, vice versa. Or the business owner feels like, well, because I'm black, you're supposed to support me. And they don't provide you the utmost value. You know, they just doing just enough to get by. And so, like I say, it's a whole lot of issues that we have to fix. And then we have a younger generation who, I'm not blaming them, because you have people who grind, you have people who get it in, you have people who do what they do. But you have a younger generation who feels way more entitled, and it's also fucking shit off. Like, it's a lot of factors that we have to look at as far as being black people that we need to fix in our own culture. Like, yeah, there are issues outside, but the same way any of these other people can come up, we start centralizing, focusing, and doing what you got to do. You look at every other community. We talked about this before. I think it's the Hispanics, the dollar flips like 6 times. The Asians, it's like 9 times. The Indians, it's like 9 times. I think white people, it's 6 or 7 times before the dollar flips, before it leaves their community. Black people, the dollar does not even flip a whole fucking time before it leaves the community. Why is that? It's not like there's not enough black businesses. We don't support our own. It's because you want something else. You want to be validated by something else. The same motherfucker sitting here saying, oh, fuck white people, fuck this, fuck that. But then you draped in the Gucci, you draped in all these brands that are made by primarily white people or whatever it is. So it's like you're a hypocrite. You know what I'm saying? And people don't want to realize that. Like, own up to your mistakes, own up to where you are, own up to who you are, and realize, okay, if I want a certain outcome, then I have to live a certain way, you know? And people ain't about that life. That's really what it sounds good to say, but people aren't about that life. And that's ultimately what it comes down to. Like, man, and that's why I say I start changing my perspective about a lot of things. You know, I change my perspective. I see anybody trying to grind. I respect entrepreneurs. I respect anybody trying to get it. You know what I'm saying? Because ultimately it's all a competition now. No matter what, it's all a fucking competition. It used to be a bit more race-based, but things, I won't say the playing field is leveled out. Hold on. Okay. Uh-oh. So you may have to, you know, build your brand a certain way. But my thing is this, though. Nobody knows what color you are when you build a store. You know what I'm saying? Nobody knows what color you are when you in these online stores, their shops, they're selling like crazy. But again, it's how you look at yourself, how you carry yourself, and what you tell yourself that you can and can't do. It's the shit that we hold in high esteem as a culture. We don't value education. We don't value intelligence. We don't truly value success. We value money, but we don't value real sustainable success. And that's part of the fucking problem. You know what I'm saying? Like, my thing is here's my issue with black people, and I kind of agree with what you're saying. But I'm not even talking about a physical store. You know what I'm saying? But not even with the physical store, but a digital store is what I mean. You can, man, there's so many people who are putting out digital courses, digital programs, and they're making more money than they're making working at McDonald's. They'll happily go work at the dollar store. I took my ass to the dollar store. I took my ass to this, but I wish I would have knew some other stuff at that time when I was dealing with some legal issues. But you can make so much more, but we're willing to go to these places, but we're not willing to invest in ourselves. Those of y'all who know, I told you when I was working at McDonald's, I went and invested in some lawn equipment, start fucking work. It's about the hustle, man. It's about the grind. But my thing is, black people, focusing on black people, it's a problem, but it's not a problem. And there's two sides to it. And what I'm saying is, yes, you can be concerned about your own, because you got to think the long term of your people, you know. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with spending money outside, but you got to think about your culture, what you're trying to sustain, and things like that first. But the long-term issue is this: we're too focused, because there has been cultural groups around the entire world that have been enslaved. Black people are not the only people who have been enslaved on this planet. Okay, and what we as blacks need to do is look at how did these other people thrive, because whenever they became freed or whenever they got free, they focused on the other people who were in the same situation as them. If they're in a different country, culture in a different country, or whatever it may be, they came together, they worked together, they build together. But we as black people, we act like, man, we're the only people that ever been enslaved, and we just fucked up and we fucked off, and we can't get a chance because somebody's holding us down. Man, look, I told you when I was doing what I am, there was never a white man that said, here, Honcho, take this dope, go sell it. That's how you gonna get on. White man ain't never make me do that shit. There was never anybody who, honestly, the only people that have ever encouraged, let's be realistic, the only people you ever hear encouraged talk about selling dope is the rappers, is these motherfuckers, the music that you listening to. You know what I'm saying? The dot's not feathers. There's the music you listen to. So when you look at what other cultures are doing or how other people are doing it, and okay, well, you know, that person's doing something like that. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, that's possible. We don't look up to the black people who find a way to have success without having to go through the bullshit, who go without selling dope. They struggle, but in the long term, they find success. Not a Ben Carson fan, but this dude is what, a brain surgeon? Like, I may disagree with certain views that he may have. You know, I'm sure there's some things I can't recall what it was specifically that he had, but we can't sit here and call this man a fucking idiot because we don't agree with his political beliefs. But the man is a fucking what, a brain surgeon? I mean, like, come on, man. Like, who's gonna call a brain surgeon idiot? Go do some brain surgery. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, like go do it right now. It's gonna take some work. You got to respect that. But my thing is, what happens with people is once you become hyper-focused in a certain way, and I think this is a problem that we as blacks have, becoming hyper-focused on ourselves and not looking for solutions that we can apply to ourselves, but outside of the community to find the solutions. When you become hyper-focused on something, you become dumb to everything else around you. You know what I'm saying? You become dumb to everything else that is going on because you're so focused on one thing. You know what I'm saying? Make Mayweather in 21 Savage. You know, but that's my thing. Like, we were talking about the T.I. and fucking what's his name, right? T.I. and Mayweather. Who's a more respectable person to look up to? You know, we can talk about the alleged, you know, wife beating of Mayweather. That's not the ideal, but let's just talk about the come up. Let's keep all the rest of the shit out of there. Let's just talk about their come up, right? How they came up in their respective ways of becoming rich. Who is a better role model? You know what I mean? And that's what I'm saying. Like, who is a better role model in that situation? The guy who worked hard, trained every motherfucking day, perfected his craft, and became one of the greatest of all time to ever do it, undefeated, made a shit ton of money. But then you got the guy who said, okay, well, I'm gonna come up selling dope like everybody else. Exactly. Boxing's way hard. You got a lot of people that can sell dope. You know what I'm saying? You got a lot of people that will profit off the peril of their people. You know what I'm saying? Who did Mayweather profit off of that was detrimental to his own people, detrimental to his own neighborhood? You know what I'm saying? Like, Nobody. You know what I'm saying? He fought his fights. He did what he had to do. He was a fighter. He didn't sell dope. He wasn't coming up off the people in his neighborhood having addiction issues and all that other stuff. But yet we want to fault him again. Like I said, the wife beating thing. Hey, that's a no go. But we're just talking about the come ups right now. But then you got T.I., who made music basically to the detriment of his people, man. Who encourage people in the same negative behaviors that we cry about when shit happens. But you're encouraging us. That's the only way to come up. This is what I'm saying. What's his name? Robert Johnson. Great person to follow. Nobody wants to talk about him. A lot of money. Black guy. I want to say he's out of Denver, if I'm not mistaken. 27 jobs joints. I should have been like, but that's what I'm saying. It doesn't take much for us to be okay, you know, and it's unfortunate, you know. Let me see. Okay. But again, like I say, you know, the thing about it is, hold on, let me see what you're talking about here. So whoever achieved to produce cash and yeah, that's another thing. You know, black movies are perpetually pushing the same old narrative. The only thing we become interested, but then who is it? Is it the artist? Is it the entertainer? Is it the person that that's making this stuff, or is it the people who want to buy this shit? You know what I'm saying? Is it the person who wants to obtain this shit? You know what I mean? And again, like, who do you blame? Who is at fault? Again, it's a lot of areas that we have to check, a lot of things that we have to examine. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. The only way to come up, selling dope, pimping hoes, you know, doing some old janky ass shit. Why aren't there more stories like what is that? Pursuit of Happiness. Why isn't that an ideal person to follow? The people are out there, the blueprints are out there, but we don't want to buy into that. You know what I'm saying? We don't want to talk about that shit. You know what I'm saying? But again, it is what it is. You know, that's the shit that we don't want to get on, you know. Because it doesn't look cool. It's not that instant gratification, right? It's not that immediate outcome that we want to get out of the situation that we are raised in, or that we feel like we're raised in. You know what I'm saying? So again, like I said, it's a lot of fucked up shit that needs to be discussed, but that victim mentality overall is what I'm saying, is because we feel like we're so oppressed. We can only come up this way. We can only do it this way. I was born in a bad situation. A lot of motherfuckers born in bad fucking situations, man. It's a lot of fucking bad situations. And you have to look at other motherfuckers who came up out of those same bad situations and were able to thrive and become successful and have a success that is sustainable. You know, it's a lot of shit that we can get into. It's way off topic, but I wanted to get into cancel culture. And then I want to talk about, I'll tell the Roach story here in a little while. So whatever happened to good black shows like Fresh Prince, Martin, Bernie Mac, yeah, those aren't they aren't there anymore. What good black shows are on? The big popular black show is what? Fucking Empire? Or what, Power? Something like that. You know what I mean? And what is that? Focusing on all the negatives of black culture. I've never seen Blackish. I'm not familiar with that one. I've heard about it, but I've never seen it. But yeah, what happened but why do we value entertainment? Why does entertainment impact us so much? Because think about it. When A Different World was on, what happened? That's when you saw one of the biggest increases of black college attendance. You know, you saw everybody on A Different World, but again, they're selling you college like it's a party, like it's a good old time. Motherfuckers went to that shit. Fresh off, they just look Asian. But my thing is, why are we so impacted by the entertainment? Why isn't this something that should be naturally ingrained in our culture? You know what I mean? Fresh episode of Black Fraternity Kick, yeah, and that's what I'm saying. You know, it's fucked up. because we accept our shit. We accept the bullshit we're on and justify it. That's why I say when people say, do it for the culture. What culture, man? And that's why I sit here and say, you call me cool, you call me whatever. That shit don't faze me. I know what I'm about. You know what I'm saying? I know what I'm about. And if that's what you want, then hey, it is what it is. My thing is, I refuse to sit here and look at it like everybody else. Like, I love my people. I love black people. I want better for black people. And the way that we are trending, the things that we are accepting, the things that we are embracing is a negative. It's a negative, man. You know what I'm saying? It's a negative. But my thing is, it's style, flavor. That's the thing. I don't necessarily consider it just culture. You know what I mean? Like, I can understand a way of doing, but I don't just call that the culture. It's cool. Like I said, the funny thing, we talk about cooning and buck. I got accused of being a Steven from Django, cooning and buck dancing and all this other shit. One, I can't even fucking dance. I'm stiff as bored of shit. These young white kids dance way better than me. You know what I'm saying? But my thing is this, we talk about cooning and buck dance, but then the first thing that we celebrating is, oh, look at somebody dancing. Look at this new dance move. Look at this new this, that, or the third. And that's what we love. Look at this new music. You know what I'm saying? Like shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the fucking shit that we be on. But we talk about, oh, just because this person don't agree with everything that the majority of blacks think, that, that we can be independent, that we can be, self-sufficient. Nah, or you cooning because we were slaves. Well, when was you a slave? Who was your master? Where your master? What plantation you came off of? You know what I'm saying? Like, miss me with that shit. And that's why I talked to the little one today about real slaves who became millionaires, people who actually went through the shit, working without getting paid, to going on and becoming fucking millionaires. Because I don't think there's no realer rags to riches story than that. Not in a day and age where there wasn't an internet, when there wasn't all these other opportunities that were available to you. You know what I'm saying? CERN, I've heard some interesting things about CERN. We ain't really getting to the supernatural Saturday like we were supposed to. But when people were really going through shit, we didn't give a fuck about it. When people were really going through shit, we didn't, not that we didn't give a fuck about it. We didn't look up to those. Again, cool. MLK, cool. If that's what you like, awesome. Malcolm X, cool. If that's what you like, awesome. But right now, we need to focus on the economics, however you want to say it. Because getting the economics right is what's going to get these motherfuckers, you help these young black boys and girls stop fucking idolizing the drug dealing culture, the stripper culture, the bullshit like that. And, help them understand what it takes to work, to build, to create a sustainable lifestyle. That's my thing. And I'm not saying that other cultures and other races don't need that too, but they have a better idea of what's going on within their own situation. I'm not ingrained to that. I'm not, when they see me, they don't associate me with what the Asians are doing or what the Indians are doing or whatever that is. They associate me with, what black people are doing. And so as far as people who look like me, I want to see them win. I want to see everybody win. But I think that people like me, they have the fucked up views, or look like me. They have fucked up views. They have a fucked up perspective. And is it the media constantly pushing that in their faces? Yeah. But at the same time, it's what they want. Because if we wanted something that was more conservative, more in a line with our roots, you know what I'm saying? Or in a line with what we needed to be successful, then, trust me, money goes where attention flows. You know what I'm saying? Money flows where attention goes. And if we were paying attention to that, that's where we'll go. O'Shea, man, I appreciate the love, man. I appreciate the love. Shout out to O'Shea. Appreciate the Denjamins. But my thing is, man, it's like, it's exactly, that's what I'm saying. I know what it's like to not have. You know what I mean? Nobody answered. Who would be offended by white entertainment TV? What? That sounds like a porno channel. I might watch it. But again, I wouldn't give a shit. What you know what I'm saying? I don't even watch the BET. I don't give a fuck about BET. You know, I give a fuck about the information. Now, if they had some information on that bitch that was helping motherfuckers come up, guess what? I'd be the first motherfucker watching that shit. You know what I'm saying? Straight up in there. Man, that's what I'm talking about, O'Shea. Appreciate the love, man. Say how two more for your brother, man. I appreciate that, man. So my thing is, cool, do what you do, man. But you got to put forth the effort to find what it is, the information that you need to survive. You know, you got to find the information that you need to get it. You know what I'm saying? And you said microcosm reverse razor. You talking about Tina and the Tommy? But that's what I'm saying. But think about it. It's garbage, right? We talk about BET's garbage. We talk about VH1 is garbage, MTV. But what are people watching? You know what I'm saying? Honcho nigga Eric Thomas. I don't know about that. You know, I gotta get my grind on. Thank God it's Monday. Yeah, I ain't finna do. I'll give you all that. But what I'm saying is, well, true, you guys are watching the Honcho Entertainment Network. But you know, my thing is, because I fuck with Eric Thomas, man. I like Eric Thomas. Eric Thomas is Honcho Entertainment TV. I fuck with Eric Thomas. You know what I'm saying? Super tough. But you know, my thing is this. You know, everybody has their own lane, and I'm not trying to be. I used to act like I was on coke. Did I used to do that? I might still be. No, I don't want the powder chowder. But Honcho Entertainment Business, HEB, HEB. No, HEB. We already know what HEB stands for. HEB is for hoes everywhere, boy. Yeah, I saw you ask that. Who is the best black role model right now? I can't say, because I think everybody needs something different. And so it's interesting. That's a very interesting question. You know, I have certain folks that I like to listen to, read from. Talk about Saul a lot. Thomas Saul is very interesting. I think people should be familiar with. I think more blacks should be familiar with him. Neil deGrasse, very interesting. Well, I appreciate that, beyond. I might not be the best role model, but I'll try to be the best representative that I can for something respectable, as much as I can be. Sometimes I'll be a little thrown off. But I think you got to keep it real. Like I said, I don't have an image to present. I don't have a character to portray. And I think, excuse me, I think you get a lot of that on YouTube. That you have people who are these characters. I think you get a lot of that in society. That you get people who are characters, and they may have the beliefs that they're pushing. I think sometimes they'll maybe take on some beliefs that they're kind of that their audience may put, but I can only be me, and so it's a lot of things that that may be relatively in line with what I may think that I just might not support. And I think, you know, some people may have come to this channel expecting certain things, because I think you have some people who've come to this channel, you know, thinking that I'll be one of those black YouTubers that just denounces everything black. You know what I'm saying? Who is it? Isn't that Brownlee? Is it Marquez Brownlee? I think doesn't he have like the most subs, the tech dude? And this is what I'm saying too. And this is what I'm saying. And I'm glad you mentioned that. I think he does. But Marquez Brownlee, got millions of followers, millions of subs, but black people are oppressed. Why? You know what I'm saying? Y'all saw that Neil hating on him. Word? I didn't know he was a Rockets fan. But just did an interview with Bill Gates. Interviews lots of famous people. But my thing is, what's different between him and any other black person? You know what I'm saying? I don't think it's anything different. I mean, you have a lot of people. But what I mean by that is, it's not even what's different. But we talk about, oh, you know, in this society we can't come. How did he come up? He just started talking about phones, and he didn't blow up immediately. He put in a bunch of work, and then he came up, you know, after putting in that work. You know what I'm saying? You're talking about what was it? I got the book, and I haven't even cracked it open. I got a couple of books I got to get into. I'll be honest, I've been slacking on my reading probably the last month and a half, maybe 2 months. But I have that, what is that, White Liberals, Black Rednecks. So, but my thing is this. My thing is this. I tell, you know, other black people, sometimes you got to get out of the African American literature section, you know, because sometimes that's the only shit we'll go get. We'll go get whatever good novel, that's most fucking shit. He says your average consumer judner. I haven't heard of him. Let me jot that down. Excuse me. Excuse me. Pardon me. But yeah. Bill Gates has a citizen, but I haven't quite heard of some of that, but I know he wasn't too keen on AOC and her tax idea. I have to check him out though, your average consumer. All right. But so my thing though with that is James was going on drops and still dip. But my thing is this. My thing is this, man. Okay, I'll definitely have to check him out then. I'll definitely have to check him out. But like I say, you know, sometimes, you know, black people, we have to look at things differently because, you know, for people to complain so much about America, you can go back, you can look at what's happening in a lot of places in Africa. Now, that's not to say that all of Africa is bad because, you know, people try to make it seem like Africa's all tiki huts and tigers and shit. But there's a lot of very well-developed places in Africa. But then you sit there, you talk about, you know, it's like sometimes you go and you look and you say, you know, how is it that the Africans come here? This is something I talk about all the time. How do the Africans come here? Look to your average white, Asian, black, or anybody else. You can't really tell an African until you just really get up on them. Maybe you might see the verbal difference. They may speak a little bit differently. Man, I stopped listening to 97.9 so long ago. But it really a long. I probably haven't listened to 97.9 since Natay used to be on the station. I couldn't stand her motherfucking. Like probably at least since they banned Trey, I probably haven't been fucking with 97.9. Probably before that. I don't even know how long ago that was. But my thing is, you gotta start doing something. If you think America's so bad, go elsewhere. You know, go where you're treated best. You know what I'm saying? But then when you look at the Africans and how they come here, they come in, they're successful, you know, and they win. They win. Why? Because they're not obsessed with the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? They're not concerned with the dumb shit that we're concerned with. Because we don't look and see the fucking opportunity. I already did, love, appreciate you coming through. They don't see the opportunity. I mean, we don't see the opportunity that we have here that's available to us. We want to know what's happening on such and such. Well, what's going on with, you know, this entertainer, you know, what's going on with in the music industry and you got to understand too, the entertainment industry is, I don't know why we think it is or why people, entertainment industry is not your friend. Okay. They're not here for your success. They're here to perpetuate a message and capitalize off of it. All right. That's what it is. You know what I mean? But a tremendous work, and that's what I'm saying. But they come here, they find prominent jobs, they go to college, they take advantage of every opportunity given. While we sit here and say, hey, you owe us for this, you owe us for that. That's fine if you feel that way. But while you're here, you got to build your own fucking legacy, because chances are you're not going to get what's paid, what you feel is owed to you, what was owed to your ancestors or anything else. You got to make your own legacy. And I say my thing is, like I said, I don't want nothing. I feel like I want to build, like my thing is I've been okay. I've been to the fucking bottom. Really, Heidi, tell me more about this documentary that you saw. But my thing is, they should do a follow-up documentary about that. I believe I saw the same one. But my thing is this, man. You have to want something for yourself, and ultimately, that's all that counts. Like, as much as I say, I want, black people to do this, black people to do that. What the fuck good is it if I'm a piss poor example of that? You know what I'm saying? What good is it if, I'm a bad representation of that? Oh man, Columbia House, I don't even talk. Man, it was funny, man. I was thinking about, I saw a thing today and they were talking about all the GameStops closing down. And I was just thinking, I forgot all about Funco Land, EB Games, shit like that. All that crazy. Hurrah, man. Appreciate the motherfucking love. Busting up the Denjamins. Appreciate it. But yeah, and that's the thing. We're taught that, yeah, you have it bad. And again, we talk about a lot of stuff. We talk about, I think you really got to look at the nuances and shit. You know what I'm saying? Because what you have, we talk about, well, blacks go to college and their degrees aren't worth as much because of this, that, and the third. Well, let's look at what fields we go into. The majority of blacks go get a degree in education or something along those lines that, going into that's not a super high paying field. It is what it is, and that is correct. Akeem and Simi were not brothers, but they were brothers, yeah, kinesiology, things like that, and so when you go into a particular field, it's not going to be a lot of bread in that particular field. I mean, you got to accept that when you make those decisions. And so we always try to say, well, what we can do? Well, why is that? There's always reasons when you really look into certain situations. Excuse me. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
Hey, it's your boy Josh again with another comment, man.
All right, Josh, what you got there?
All right, man. But about the African comment, I just wanted people to know that I can, speak from both sides, because parents came from there and have pretty much all my cousins and most of my family members out there as well. Mm-hmm. And that's why it's like, with me, it's like it made me even more mad that, the situation I was going through with the school, because it's like my dad has a brother and he has sons that couldn't even barely go to school, and he had to change his degree from, being a computer science to going into communication because he just flat out just can't pay for it. And it's just like, that's the sad part. I don't want to be that one example to be on some, hey, I lived here all my life and still couldn't do anything with myself, even though the school kind of hold me, but it is what it is. But it is true, man. Like, those people out there, man, they're on their ground because they don't have anything. And that's just not African people. We just take that. Just foreign people that are outside of Britain, outside of just, really any foreign people that come here outside of being wealthy. Let's just be honest. They're going to come here with a different mindset. And I'm pretty confident that if we was in that mindset, which we're probably never going to be, because America is in a place where it's just like, you're not really ever in poverty if you live in America, just being honest. So I can really speak for both sides, and it's really true, man. Those people grind for what they have, and it's really remarkable to see.
Yeah. And I think, like you said, man, you made a very good point when you said that in America, you're never really in poverty. And that's the thing, because if you're in a place that is truly impoverished, you can set up a business, but nobody has any money to spend with you. You can do a lot of things. You can offer services, but if no one can afford those things, then, it's going to be quite difficult to be successful, depending on, the type of government that you have going on, or situations like that, going to make it much more difficult. Here in America, this is America, that you can start up something, and if it gets the proper marketing, if it gets the proper promotion, and you have quality, you provide a quality enough service or good, you can take off and go from poverty to success in days, months, a year, or whatever it may be, and become very wealthy in a short amount of time. That opportunity is not presented in places that are truly impoverished. If you're really in poverty here, that you wouldn't see these rags to riches stories. If you were truly in poverty, there would be no rich rappers, because that would not be anything that would be making money, because who gives a fuck about that story, because there'll be nobody to spend money, nobody to go to those concerts and things like that. So, I mean, it's just, it is what it is. So, I mean, you really gotta, I really agree with you on that, we're here in America, we just don't have that drive. We don't as a people, we don't have that ambition, because we don't really understand what it's to come from true lack,
Yeah, and that's true, man, because even like, so, yeah, you got a great point about the degrees that you have. Mm-hmm. Because I even see, to be honest, this semester I only took one communication class just to be, okay, let's just take one class, you're going to get out here, so your GPA can rise. So, I'm seeing all these people taking communication classes. In my head, I'm like, why in the world does all this shit happen? I was like, is this a product get knocked down by some NBA or NFL or some shit? I really don't know. I'm curious. I'm just curious, but it's just everything's just backwards over here, man. It's just and I guess in this country, it's there's so many ways to be rich without even, well, I'm gonna just put in work. I'm not even saying real work or anything, because you pretty much have the richest woman in the world that end up being rich off of a breakup. I don't want to go down that road because feminism and Me Too and all that shit, but when you have that go on, when you have people low-key making millions just off child support, just off rich people, I'm not saying kids don't need nurturing, the kids don't need money, anything like that. But when you have all that stuff happening, you start having people start thinking differently. You start being man, I don't really need school, because even in America, it's just the most really successful people that ends up really successful, in terms of millions and being on TV and all that stuff, they don't go to school, because why? The media and everybody in Hollywood, they promote BS to keep the people down, to keep them where they're at right now.
Yeah.
So it is what it is.
Okay. Well, I agree with you, man, and I appreciate your call as always, Josh.
All right, man.
All right. And so, again, to carry on my wayward sons, what, divorce settlement? No way. Those women work very hard being housewives with maids and servants and taking vacations and doing all of those things. No way. I refuse to believe it. All right, Dr. Rabbit, I know you've been hanging on for the roach story. You take your ass to bed so you can go to school. So you talk about flying roaches, and when I was young, I had an incident with a flying roach that tormented me for quite some time. We'll talk about it. I had flying roach PTSD. It was a long-term beef with a flying roach, or so I believed. So, when I was young, living in Beaumont, wasn't the best of situations. And anyway, I had my own room. It was cool. I remember that little house. I think I had for a while, completely blanked all those memories out of my mind. I had to do a mental virtual tour the other day. I forgot all about some of the things that the fucking upstairs. Anyway, that's another story. But so in my room at night, I remember the blanket was a green blanket, and had an encounter with a flying roach. Now, the roach had, I can't remember if he had got under the blanket or initially he was on the blanket or how I saw him, but I remember, kind of shooing him away. Then he started flying around and he was kind of bumping into walls and, but he kept kind of hovering, around my head. So, I got up under the blanket. I didn't want no beef with the roach at the time. I was probably I was 4 or 5 years old. And so every time, he would hit the wall, I'd hear like this little, like this little bump up against the wall sound, this little, kind of like, a small tap. And so I was like, this goddamn roach. I probably stayed under the blanket the entire night, fell asleep eventually, I'm sure. I don't know whatever happened to the roach. So the next night it's bedtime. I get to getting everything prepared, got my fan on in the room, get under my blankets. I always like to be cool, but be warm. I don't know if I'm the only person that's like that. Like, even if it's a warm, I like to make it cooler, but then get in under the blanket. That might be weird, but it is what it is. And so I'm in my blanket, I start hearing that noise again. Tick, tick, like that little tap. Oh, fuck, the roach is back. I'm under the blanket. So probably for the next few days, maybe a week or two, I don't think it might have been a whole 2 weeks, but at least for the next while, it was a while. Every time I go to bed, I'd hear that noise, and I'd think that the fucking roach was back. I'm like, God damn, this motherfucker's like really harassed me. This roach really got a problem with me. So eventually one night I say, fuck it. It's time for me and this roach to squash the beef. And I'm going to squash the roach. So I come from under the blanket and I'm looking for the roach. I'm hearing the tapping noise. I'm looking all over him. Where is he tapping? I'm looking around my head. Where is he tapping? I see no roach. But I do see that every time the oscillating fan blows towards the calendar that I had on the wall, it would blow it out a little bit from the wall, and as it would turn, it would fall back against the wall and make a tapping noise. And so I was so motherfucking mad at myself for quite some time for, the time wasted being in fear of a non-existent roach, that I vowed to this day not to let a roach get advantage of me. So I don't give a shit. I don't care if I'm barefoot. I don't care if it's barehanded. I will murder a roach. Okay? I have no idea. I have no problem killing a roach now. So there's that. We've covered snakes, rats, and roaches. Yes. This is like I'm like Brother Nature up in here tonight. Hey, do you remember when you first shaved your nuts? Oh, bad deal. Madonna was the only one on that list. That's terrible. Should have said this in confessions. What are you talking about? You said I should have said this in confessions. Snake's got nothing on this. My deepest fear in my soul is the scary ass, skinny ass, no soul in his eyes, creepy mustache, Michael Jackson. What? Judge Judy could get that work. Look, she might need a hip replacement when I'm done. Yeah, I was definitely out of there. All right, Dr. Rabbit, there you go. I had to tell you that story so that you could deal with it. Spiders, I'm 50-50 on I'm 50-50. Just depends on, the angle that I have on them. If I have the upper hand, I'll go for the glory, but I ain't going barefooted. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
God damn it, Honcho.
What's the motherfucking deal, Jay Dizzle, man? What you want to drop in the den tonight, man?
I'm about to do a leg drop on your motherfucking ass. What the fuck, Honcho? How you just gonna be sitting up here just bashing our people all night long? And every one of you motherfucking niggas in the chat, y'all bashing us too, even though I can't even front. We deserve a lot of it. But at the same time, goddammit, I'm finna shine some light on this goddamn.
All right.
I ain't finna just let y'all talk down on my people all goddamn night. I don't give a fuck what color you is. I'm finna stand up for the niggas, goddammit. As best as I can.
All right.
I don't care if I sound ignorant, goddammit. It is what it is. Anyway, a lot of this shit ain't just a black thing, Honcho. A lot of it is an American thing. Americans have this whole, it's not just black people. Americans have this whole sense of entitlement.
Yeah.
It's not just black people. That's why you think motherfuckers from other countries don't like Americans, bro.
Yeah,
because
true.
we, number one, we think we know everything, and we think that everything is centered around our country and nobody else.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's not just a black thing. So I don't want to hear that shit.
Okay.
Niggas think that they're entitled to something. Everybody in America think that, and here's why. Because we have more rights in this country than they do anywhere else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so we've come to be comfortable with having these rights. So we always trying to assert our rights. A lot of other companies, you can't do that shit. I mean, not companies, countries. You can't do that shit. The motherfuckers will kill you. Or throw your ass in a gulag or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, yeah, we got a lot of problems in the black community, and most of it is just our mentality. Our mentality is fucked up.
Yeah.
Okay? It just is. Now, let's get on this fucking music shit.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying about how they promoting this and they promoting that. But do you really think that a lot of that shit will be going on regardless if somebody was rapping about it or not? Will people still be doing drugs whether somebody was rapping about it or not? Absolutely. So in kind of a way, depending on how you looking at it, it kind of seemed like that you saying that they pushing the issue when really they just talking about it.
Yeah.
You would never claim the news as pushing an agenda as far as, well, they do push an agenda, so that's not the perfect word to use. You wouldn't say the news was pushing a dope idealism. You know, a dope pushes idealism if they reporting that dope dealers was getting caught and this amount was seized. And so why would you say the same thing about a rapper when he's essentially in a way doing the same thing? What he's saying is, well, the real ones do is saying, look, this is what I did to come up. Okay, this is what I know. You can't talk about nothing that you don't know, even though some people trying to do it, and it just don't make sense, and they normally end up paying for it in the end. So you talk about what you know, and eventually you grow away from that. So that's why I respect T.I. I respect him differently than I respect Mayweather. I'm not saying that I respect one more than the other. It's just a different way because T.I. started out ignorant as fuck because he didn't know no better. So all he did was what he knew. Eventually, he got exposed to other ways of doing shit, and he was like, you know what? I was tripping. Like, I'm starting to see shit differently now, so he learned better. So, of course, his message slowly started to change with the experiences that he had. When he got caught doing some dumb, ignorant nigga shit, he had to sit down for a minute. Then when he came out, he started preaching, damn, we ain't supposed to be doing this. Now, I see what you're saying, that he came up off promoting the shit. However you want to see it, you entitled to your opinion, that's cool. But eventually you got to grow. So when you're not exposed to the other side of shit, and you just can't see it, because like there's a line in one of Slim Thug songs I heard him say, and he was talking about a Bentley. He'd say, when I was young, I never even thought about dreaming about a car like that. All I was dreaming about was a slab. And you know why? Because that's what he could tangibly see in front of him. You know what I'm saying? So people have that short-sighted view because that's all that they're exposed to. Now, that's why what you telling the Lil one, as you put it, about the slaves that turned into a millionaire, that's why that is a really, really good thing. It's because you're taking something that could be a short-sighted view and expanding it. You know what I'm saying? So she's just not left looking at it just within this prism.
Yeah.
You know? And it's just, goddamn. I love my people too, Honcho. And the way that we go about shit is fucked up because it's like, it seems that we want to do better, but we just don't know how. And instead of trying to figure out a way to get the information, they'd rather just sit and be mired in misery.
Yeah.
And that I don't understand.
Yeah.
I can't get behind that mentality, bro. I can't. And I just be like, I don't know what to do or try to help you when you're not trying to help yourself. Because we all got the same information or the same way to get the information, but a lot of us choose not to pursue it.
Yeah.
So what do you expect us to do? So you get these Africans that come from this other country that they don't have that shit over there. They come over here and it's plentiful and they like, why you motherfuckers ain't just picking up on this and running with it? It's because they just don't have no want to.
Yeah, exactly.
And you can't teach somebody to have some kind of drive or want to. That's something that's just innately within you. So how do you fix that? I don't have the answer to that, bro. I wish I did. Because if I did, that would fix our community right then and there. To shift our focus on shit that makes sense.
And that's a good
We
question.
focus on everything but what we need to be focused on. And people have this general problem. They don't understand the difference between a need and a want. People from other countries who don't have hardly the shit, what we think is poverty and what they think is poverty is two completely different things. There's that sense of entitlement shit again. Because what our starting point is, supposedly in our country, is a hell of a lot higher than what their starting point is in their country. Okay, so when they get here, they think, well, shit, you doing well. Like Heidi say, what are you doing? You know what I'm saying? You don't have no excuse for not being rich and successful. And I see that from their viewpoint because they looking at the world from a whole different angle than the American vision. Because that's what I call it, the American vision. Because we be on some bullshit, and we do. We think we better than everybody, and we really not. We not, and we're starting to slowly hurt because of that mentality.
Yeah.
It's starting to affect us, and other countries are passing our ass up. Or they coming over here and they not stealing the opportunities from other folk. That's the biggest thing. That's what I mean by that sense of entitlement. Because I'm an American, I should get this job before you, even though you'll probably work harder for it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And that's exactly what I'm saying right then and there. So now they worried about motherfuckers from other countries coming in and stealing the jobs when they're actually earning it.
Yeah, that's true. I got a question for you, Jay Dissel. I want to know what you think. How big of an impact is the current family situation in the black community? Like, how big of an impact do you think that plays on some of the problems that we have?
It's funny you asked that shit because, unfortunately, Honcho, I have to tell you that that's a dumbass question.
Okay, why I say that?
And the reason it's a dumbass question because I'm not sure people know what family is supposed to mean no more, man.
Okay.
I really don't. Because I got some friends that are better towards me and are better people than my own fucking family members. I got people outside my family that I trust and love more than my own blood, bro. That's just a fact. And I'm sure I'm not the only one. I'm sure I'm not. And so the concept of family, man, has went to shit. Nobody is willing to put their pride aside or to be selfless and then help out another as far as their family goes. All they're concerned about is themselves. It's about what that they can get from you instead of what we can get together. And that's not just a family thing, that's also a community thing, and that's also a nation thing. Everybody's different idealisms is killing everything. No, we cannot agree to disagree anymore. That's not a thing. That's just something that people say now just to end the madness instead of actually living by what it's supposed to mean. Agreeing to disagree means I can still respect your opinion, with your opinion being completely opposite of mine. That's what agree to disagree means. People don't think that no more. Yeah. Well, we just agree to disagree, which means I know I'm right and I know you wrong, but I just don't want to talk about it no more. So people are slowly changing the way that the shit is supposed to work. And yeah, Honcho, I understand what you was talking about earlier when you was saying segregation did fuck up the black community. It did, because like you said, it forced us to deal with each other.
Mm-hmm.
To be like, okay, I can't go outsource this anywhere else, so I have to go through you. So why don't we try to figure out a way where we can make this better for all of us? We don't have that mentality no more. It's all about, well, I'm just going to try to figure out the way to make this better for me. And then some of us, they have that mentality and they get what they get, and then they try to help others along the way. But like I said earlier, a lot of these others, they'd rather you give them a handout than to teach them something.
Yeah.
And that's the mentality shit what I'm talking about again. They don't want to learn shit. They just want you to give it to them. Instead of getting the knowledge and go and get it they damn self.
Mm-hmm.
That's our main problem. It's the sense of entitlement, and it's not just black people; it's all of us. And it's really starting to hurt us, especially the youth, because they are worse than what we were. It's generationally getting worse, and that's a very significant problem. People don't know what love is anymore.
I agree.
And that's also balled into what the family dynamic is. A man don't know how to love just one woman. He has to love himself enough to where he can go pursue all of his, wants, instead of getting just what he needs at home.
Mm-hmm.
And a woman can't just be at home or just have enough to where that everything work out. She has to get all this unnecessary stuff that she wants from a man, and when he can't give her that, she keeps searching for a dude that's gonna want to give her that, even though he don't have her best intentions at heart.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody is more focused on their wants than what they need. And some guys' eyes, they don't want a good woman; they just want women.
Yeah.
And so I'm talking about both genders, because we both got some fucked up idealism.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'm the first to say that men are fucked up, and I really honestly agree. We fucked the women up. Because you keep hurting women and hurting women and hurting women, and this is what happens. They start saying, you know what, fuck y'all, we don't need y'all. And on one hand, I can't blame them. Now, I can't excuse a lot of some of the underhand shit that they do to men, too. It's a, you know what I'm saying, there's some bad shit on both sides, but people don't understand the fundamentals of anything anymore. They go to getting all these crazy ass ideas and wild shit and figments of imagination of the way the world should be instead of the way the world actually is, and trying to fix that.
Okay. Yeah, and I definitely agree. We both have a hand to play in the situation. And I think I have, some different feelings. I think that, certain situations have kind of enabled this. I mean, we can talk about government, we can talk about, welfare, we can talk about all those other things. But when it comes down to the directly, minus everything else, it is about the dynamic between men and women. And that's a complicated conversation in itself. And I think that we definitely have to find a way to fix that. We definitely have to start. We have to find a way to fix some of those issues.
That's where everything has to start. It has to be in the home. Mm-hmm. You could try to blame the government. You could try to blame society. You could try to blame the schools all you want to. But if shit ain't right at the house, which is where you get your whole foundation from, you start out in the world with a shaky foundation. How you gonna build a stable house on top of that? And some people are still able to do it. Now, don't get me wrong; it's possible, but it's not something that's common. When you start out fucked up, you normally stay fucked up most of the time.
That's true.
We just gotta figure out a way to get ourselves out of this bullshit mentality. So we got more go-getters than wanna be, because everybody wanna be something but don't want to put the work in. Yeah. And I know that firsthand because I'm dealing with that with one of my little brothers, and I just don't understand the psychology behind it. And he got this mentality that irks my nerve. He has zero sense of pride. I shouldn't be airing my family business, but fuck it. I know I'm not the only one that's seeing it in this younger generation. He got this mentality, well, if you want to give it to me, I don't see no point in asking for it. And my theory is, if I want something, why don't you go get it my damn self?
Yeah.
And he wondered why he has so many problems, why shit don't ever work out for him. And wonder why I'm always somehow finding a way to get the shit that I want and or need. Yeah. That I don't have problems with the shit. And I'm like, because I'm willing to work for it. And I'm not looking for a handout. I go out and get it. I don't need nobody's permission.
Exactly.
I just go do what I have to do. And I don't have to show everybody what I got and how I got it. I'm not out here flexing for nothing. When you see me with it, that's when you know I got it.
I agree, man. I completely agree. This new generation is, and I think that's something all sides can look at and agree that this new generation is something different. And I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's the electronics. I don't think it's that. I don't know if it's the lack of connection with the outside world, you know, the real interaction. I don't know what it is, you know, because the opportunities are there more than ever. You know, we may say, you know, this job ain't here, that, but the opportunities are there more than ever to create. And it's much easier now to create, to build, to do something. They're much more in tune with the world as a whole, I believe, than, you know, we might have been, because we didn't have certain sources of information. You know, as we got a little older, the internet became a thing and all that other stuff, but it was still relatively new. I mean, it's just now, to me, getting to a stage of maturity. But I don't know what it is. Like, it's just, it's almost a difficult task just getting them to understand the opportunities that they have, but they look at it like, you know, everything is like there is no option. There's no options for them, but they don't want to. I don't, like I said, I don't know how to explain it, but I mean, like they just act like there's nothing out there for them, or like they just expect that they deserve it for existing, you know. And I think that's a big issue. What do you think could be done to resolve a situation like that?
Actually, I find that answer to be extremely complicated. Okay. And I'm gonna tell you that the progress of technology is a huge factor into the problems that we're having today. And I'm explaining to you why. And the reason that it's different here in America than it is in other countries, it's the effort. So if and Honcho, you can definitely attest to this. If there was a fact that we needed to look up or something that we wanted to know, how do we go about getting it? There wasn't no internet when we was little.
Man, you finna get a dictionary.
We didn't have no damn cell phones, bro.
Exactly.
Exactly.
That was my mama's favorite line. Go look it up.
Go look it. Bro, talk to me. Talk to me. My mama said the same shit. I ain't spent all that money on them fucking encyclopedia and them books for your ass to be asking me this shit. You go look it up yourself. So you physically have to get up off your ass, walk over to the bookshelf, and open them books and keep turning them pages until you find what it is you looking for. Exactly. And if that book didn't have it, well, we got a whole building full of books with all this information. So then you had to physically get your ass up and walk over to the library, or ride your bike, or have your mama bring you. And once you get in there, you got to look into this big ass thing of index. What is it called? I can't remember that shit. It's been so long.
Was it Dewey Decimal? What was Dewey Decimal? What was the?
What?
Dewey Decimal was something else. What am I thinking of? What is that shit called? Damn, what was that shit called? I remember that shit. You used to you have to go through it'd be such and such, because it was a category. Like the first couple of numbers was the Dewey Decimal System. Okay, it was. Oh shit, did it hang up on it? All right, my fault, Jay. This must have hung up on you on that end. If you want to call back in, we'll take the call. We had a Dewey Decimal. I was tripping. I don't know what I was thinking of. I'm making sure I ain't fucking up some type of math or something. The Dewey Decimal. Look, I ain't gonna lie to y'all. It's been about a year or so since I've been to the fucking library, but I love the library, man. That shit is okay. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
What's going on? This is your boy Man Up here.
Man Up, what's the motherfucking deal, Man Up? What you want to drop in the den this evening, man?
Man, you know what? I just walked in, got off from work, and I turned you on, saw you were still on. And I'm listening to what Jay Dizzle is saying. I got to 100% agree with him on everything that he was saying before he got disconnected there. First of all, I'm going to start off by saying this here. He's right. The poverty in other countries is way worse than poverty here in America. I don't know if you remember one show we did where I was talking about when I went to Jamaica and stuff. Put it like this. Their poverty compared to ours, if they came over here and seen our poverty, they would think we were living in a mansion compared to their poverty. They basically, they build their own homes all the damn time. So he's right about that part. And then another part he was talking about the youth, how they feel like they got a sense of entitlement. And he ain't lying. I got some people like that in my family. You know what I'm saying? I got a couple of nieces and nephews that used to live with me. I had to kick their ass out my house. Because it got to a point where I'm like, look here, y'all are bad influences on my little girl. I got my little girl, working in the summer, you know what I'm saying? Making her some money so she can do some things that she want to do. I'm trying to teach her to get up off her ass and go work. And these motherfuckers are on here. I'm like, look here, my little girl goes to school and working. Y'all motherfuckers grown. Y'all got to get the fuck out of my house. You know what I'm saying? So on that part, I agree with him. And then when he was talking about just before he got disconnected, he was talking about how we had to go to the library and look shit up. He ain't lying. We didn't have no phones, no tablets, computers, and shit like that in our house. We had to go to the motherfucking library. You know what I'm saying? That's why every time my little girl asked me, so what does this mean? I said, you got your tablet right there. Look it up. I said, don't be asking me. Don't ask your mama. Look it up. Yeah. All you got. I even told her, I said, press one button on your tablet. Go to Google information, and you can ask it, and it will tell you. So yeah, and you're right. It was called the decimal system. And we had the big ass. I forgot what it's called. It's like a computer, but it's not. I forgot what it's called back in the day. You had to look at this damn screen and get all kinds of information. I forgot what it's called, but anyway, yeah, we had to go to the motherfucking library. Unfortunately, I didn't have all the encyclopedias and shit in my house. I had to catch the bus, ride my bike, get a ride from a friend or something, some kind of way, walk or whatever, to go to the library to look stuff up. Yeah. Ain't no way in hell that these kids can't say that they don't have it easy these days. Because when my nephew died, had to kick out my house. He told me one day that technology make things harder. I'm like, how the fuck does it make things harder? I'm like, man, I said, right now, I told him, I said, tell me what my phone number is. He couldn't tell me. I said, I could tell you almost everybody's phone number that I know by memory because that's how we had to remember stuff. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? We remembered, people's phone numbers and addresses. Nowadays, you just plug that into your phone. Don't even worry about it anymore. You got it in your phone. Mm-hmm. So I'm saying, I had to remember directions of how to get somewhere right now or go get a map. And, you know what I'm saying, stuff like that. And right now, you just plug the address into Google and maps on your phone. It gives you turn by turn directions. Mm-hmm. You don't even got to stop and do nothing. So he's right about that. These kids these days do have a sense of entitlement. They feel like, I don't know, but this is just how I feel about it. I put it like that. So if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But this is how I feel. Yeah. It's like they feel like you're the adult. You're supposed to guide me. Nah, motherfucker, you old enough. Mm-hmm. Get your ass up, go get it done. Like I said, my little girl, 9 years old. I'm teaching her. If you want something, you work hard for it and go, you know what I'm saying? And then you do right by your money. Because right now, she's like a couple days ago, she already asked me, Dad, when I have a sale, I'm going to do this, I want to do this, I want to do that. And I said, that's fine. But, do right by your money. Don't go crazy spending your money crazy. And she's like, okay. And I know she's on 9, she's going to have to, understand the things about money. But at least she has that mindset already that she knows that she can work, earn a few dollars to go do some things that she wants. When you got some 22, 25-year-old motherfuckers these days, don't want to do nothing then but sit here and complain. They want to live in somebody else's house and complain. Mm-hmm. It's like, I'm like, see, when I was young, I moved out of my mom's house. I was 19 years old. Mm-hmm. I got to the point to where I said, okay, I wanted my privacy. It ain't the fact that I wanted to be grown or anything. I just wanted my privacy. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to be able to do what I want to do without having to answer from somebody. I wanted to be in my own, I ain't going to say be in my own, but I just, just wanted privacy. Mm-hmm. And that's what motivated me to get the fuck out. You know what I'm saying? Nowadays, you got these 25-year-old, 27, 8, 9-year-olds, you know what I'm saying, still staying in their mom's house. It's like, what the fuck? Don't you want your own shit? Don't you want to be able, you know what I'm saying? If you wanted to, because it's your house, sleep butt naked on top of your stove if you wanted to, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I mean, I know that sounds stupid, but still, it's your house. You do what you want to do, you know what I'm saying? Don't you want to do stuff like that? And it's like, they get the mindset to, they'll tell you, yeah, just to shut you up, but you know when they just like, you know, fuck it, that's you. You do what you do. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to be over here doing this because, you know what I'm saying, do what I want to do, like they just said. I can get my ass up not knowing that I don't have to pay somebody back because I'm living in their house or anything like that. No, I got my ass up. I went to work, and I earned everything I got. Everything in my house right now, me and my wife worked our ass off to get it. So I'm saying, nobody helps us. So I'm saying, and it ain't nothing to brag on. It's just a sense of fact that, you know what I'm saying, when I was brought up, my mom put that in me. She used to always tell me, boy, get your ass up. Don't nobody have to do anything for you. She said there's so much it got burnt into my brain. And when I got my very first paycheck job, this is what my mom told me. This is and it's still stuck in my head to this day. She said, early is on time is late, and late is never heard of. And every time I go to work, I'm always early. I'm busting my ass and do what I got to do until it's time to get the fuck out of there. Yeah. And even on my job, there's some youngsters that work there. There's some lazy sons of bitches. I swear. And to me, it just frustrates me because it's like, damn, dude, where's your sense of urgency? Where's your sense of pride? You know what I'm saying? Things like that. So at the end of the day, I know I'm rambling on, but at the end of the day, to me, it just feels like these youngsters don't know how good they have it. You know what I'm saying? Because like Jay Dizzle was saying, in other countries, shit, like I said, the only other country I ever visited was Jamaica. Yeah. I got to sit there and see exactly what these youngsters doing over there. And like me, you made a joke about it before, but you know how like it was on Living Color, the Haymans? Yeah. That's exactly what they be doing. Yeah. They actually work like that. Even the little kids, the little 9, 10-year-old kids, they actually work like that. They was not bullshitting. Yeah, we laughed at it on the show, and we might laugh at it now, but that's what they do. That's why with other countries, they think we're real spoiled and stuff. They think that we complain too much because they bust their ass, you know what I'm saying, having 2, 3, 4 goddamn jobs and to make a living. Then when they come over here, and like Jay Dizzle said, and that's 100% true, when they come over here and they look at us, they be like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? Because I used to, when I was working at Fiesta, like I said, that was my very first job. I worked at Fiesta. There was an African dude there. He even told me, he was like, dang, I wonder why a lot of black people here, I forgot his exact words, but it was something like, I wonder why a lot of black people here is not doing better for themselves. And of course, I was young at the time, so I didn't really get what he was talking about. But as I got older and I think about that, I'm like, I see what he's saying. See what I'm saying? So, but, and like I said, these kids today, they are so freaking lazy in my eyes. They are so lazy. They don't want to get up and go do anything. They prefer for you to bring all the food in the house, pay the electric bill while they just lay on the couch, watch TV. Now, like I said, I had to keep money, some money for your house, and now get the fuck out. Because first of all, you're not going to sit here, you know what I'm saying, and while I have to pay and work my ass off, you work goddamn 10, 12 hours to come home and you still sitting in the same spot. No, get your ass the fuck out of my house. I don't play that. Like I said, that's a bad influence on my daughter. What I'm trying to teach my daughter. Okay. So what I'm saying, so at the end of the day, yeah, Jay Dizzle, this is me, this man up. But at the end of the day, guess what? I'm like this here. If I can get my ass up, like I said, I'm going to be 42 this coming Thursday. I wake up my ass up, my bones be hurting, my back is killing me and shit like that. My God, I have a surgically repaired left knee. I had surgery on my back when I was younger. I mean, God damn, I got also been body aches, but you would never know it because I never said these things. No. You never knew it. See what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And at the end of the day, thank you, white persuasion, 42 going on 23. But
at the end of the day, I get my ass up every day because I'm trying to set an example for my little girl. She see her mom and her dad get up every morning, go to work. See what I'm saying? And then, like I just said, there's already burnt to the mother's brain because when I'm teaching her, and she's already got a mindset what she want to do this summer when she makes some money. Yeah. See what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, I see Heidi talking crap to me. But at the end of the day, all I'm saying is this here. If these motherfuckers really knew what it was like for poverty here in this country versus other countries, they would not be complaining. They don't have no such thing as a welfare system in other countries. Well, I ain't gonna say in every other country, but I know in Jamaica they didn't. They don't have they don't have a welfare system. At a certain age, you got your ass up and you worked. You know what I'm saying? So in this country, excuse me, in this country, they have the child labor laws. I'm not saying that's a good or bad thing, but they have that law. Like I said, in Jamaica, they really didn't have that law because them damn 19-year-olds are out there working. So what I'm saying? And then also, too, like I said, the way we work, man, please, it ain't shit compared to what they do over there. So what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, like I said, I 100% agree with what Jay Dissel was saying, what he was saying before he got cut off. I hope he called back in. Yeah. But I hope I 100% agree with him, what he was saying, because I experienced this shit firsthand. So I know exactly what he's talking about. And I had to get my ass up out. And like I said, my mom used to work 16, 18, 20-hour days every fucking day just to take care of her kids in the household. My dad died when I was 6 years old. So she had to do everything. She didn't get on no fucking welfare. She didn't get on welfare. She bust her ass every day. She set an example. And guess what? None of me and my sisters is on welfare. She set that example.
That's what's up.
See what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And I think what these days, these motherfuckers these days, like you said, it's a generational thing, because I think it is getting worse and worse. You know what I'm saying? By generation. So, and I don't know exactly what it is, but it is messed up.
Yeah, and I think it's because you have, a lot of these. I won't call them fail safes, but systems to fall back on. People don't feel as motivated. They're less inclined to go into fields where they don't, they feel they're too good. Like I said, I told y'all, man, shit. When I fell into my situation, swallowed my motherfucking pride. Took my ass to the Mickey D's when nobody else would hire me. Took my ass to the fucking dollar store when nobody else would hire me. Whatever situation the fuck I could get into, man, you gotta get it, and that's what people don't realize. And then you take that shit and you work for it. But it's a sense of pride. I think it has to do, we were talking about, I think Jay does before it hung up, so he was talking about the technology and stuff. And I think people see everybody else doing all this other shit, and they feel like, well, I need to do like that. I need to be like so and so. They stunting for the gram, not realizing, but the clothes that they wearing they done borrowed, or the fucking car that they flossing in is rented, or they just posing by somebody else's car outside or some shit. Like, people don't, people fall deceptive. What is the whole saying? Believe what is it? What is it supposed to be? None of what you hear and half of what you see.
Yeah.
And shit. Yep. Now you need to believe less than that. Believe about a third of what you see, because a lot of this shit's so fugazi now. A lot of this shit is so fraud. A lot of this shit is just bullshit. It's eye candy to fool you. A lot of these motherfuckers just want to stunt for because they know it gets attention. They spread it around, and then they end up getting it. With that old fake it till you make it mentality, and that's not really what it is. But it's crazy.
Yeah, I can agree. I think part of it is technology, but I can't say technology across the board, because other countries have technology and they don't, let that cripple them. See what I'm saying? Yeah. They don't let that cripple them. So at the end of the day, I think it's a lot of technology. And I can't say a lot of technology here in this country, because some people don't, they have the technology, but they still don't. But technology is, I would say, is a part of the problem. Yeah. But it's also to the mindset. Because I think it's also because it's like they just were saying, today, you tell somebody to look it up, they expect you to just tell them. But then you do have some people that will look it up. You know what I'm saying? You know, even though they got it on their phone and tablet, they will say, okay, Google, what does this here mean? What can I find this or whatever? You know what I'm saying? At least they taking the time to look it up. But then you got some people that say, no, show me, tell me. Motherfucker, I had, just like I said, when I started making my cookies, I didn't ask my mom how to do it. I watched her. You know what I'm saying? And then I started doing it myself, and then I would make no mistakes. Yeah, I burnt a few of them, yeah, until I got it down pat. You know what I'm saying? I had that mindset to get up and go do it. You know what I'm saying? But these days, a lot of these youngsters, it's like when I do see sorry about that. When I do see a youngster, you know, getting up and busting their ass, it's like one in a few. You see what I'm saying? And I know they're out there, don't get me wrong, but it's far in between. But anyway, I ain't gonna ramble on long. I just wanted to call in and let Jay Dizzle know I agree 100% with what he was saying.
Okay. Well, appreciate the call, man. Up and just a early happy birthday, but I'm sure we'll remember on Thursday. You know, just to make sure to show you some love. You know,
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, man. I appreciate the call.
All right, holla.
Yeah. All right, we got a text from Brooks here. We'll read a small. We were talking about encyclopedias earlier, so he sent a small encyclopedia. So I have to disagree with tonight's Dr. Dizzle moment. First off, it's hypocrisy not to hold these rappers responsible for the major downward spiral that our young people are going down. When you brag on how much dope, I'm scrolling. Let me make this full screen so it's easy to read. When you brag on how much dope you sell and use, how many hoes you bang, and how much money you spend on bullshit, it's obvious why blacks are leading the jail population, murder rates, sexually transmitted diseases, abortions, and lack of wealth, while being the leaders in spending money on weave, hair, clothes we can't afford, and Mercedes-Benz. Who's at fault? It's the black rappers. And then the Oprah-led TD Jakes tells us on Sundays that it's okay to be fools because somebody is hating on you. You're doing something right. So the vicious cycle continues. I promise I probably never would have smoked weed, been promiscuous, blew thousands of dollars on bullshit had it not been the influence of rappers. We have to be intellectually honest and hold them accountable. And rappers like T.I. are doing nothing but making fools of themselves. He really should shut the fuck up and stop showing his hypocrisy. I bet he's still chasing them trap music checks. Okay. And with some of that I do agree, because it was something that was said, because, you know, I look at rap music, and rap is a way of telling stories, right? A way of spreading things. And I think I look at it like when H-Town had his little run on the charts or whatever, right? Then you start seeing everybody all over the country. Drink became the cool thing to do, right? H-Town was always been a thing in this, within the rap scene for at least the last few decades, well, damn near going on 30 years now at least. And then you start seeing in the mid to late 2000s, you know, when H-Town had a little run for a couple of years, in 97.9 fucked that off. We ain't even getting to that. But then everybody from Atlanta sipping drink. Everybody in New York sipping drink. All these people all over the place sipping drink that you never heard in the music before that, you know, and it became a thing. And so I think that cultures can spread through the music, and I think that there is a level of influence. I do agree with, you know, that these people are telling the stories of where they come from. But I think now in this new age, it's no longer the stories. A lot of these motherfuckers just saying, like think about how does Lil Pump repeating Gucci Gang over and over again, you know, a hit song? You know, what social commentary does that bring? I mean, it's not like in the days of the UGKs and the things where you got real social commentary where, you know, one day you hear, you know, next day you gone, shit like that, where you got both sides of the coin. Yeah, you know, I'm doing good, but shit is fucked up too, you know. Where they gave you real music, where you got some real understanding about things. Now everything is glorifying all the good. Let's disavow any of the negativity that's really happening. Let's just make it seem like everything is peaches and cream, and, you know, nobody's really suffering from that. Let's not talk about the impact of, you know, what we're doing to the community. Yeah, we're getting money, and that's all we want to talk about. But we're not talking about how, you know, yeah, I'm doing all this, but shit, you know, I got people in my family that's on crack, that's on dope, you know, or, you know, I'm undermining this, that, and the third. You know, I'm encouraging these little niggas to say fuck school and you know, do all this other stuff. And I agree, man. And you ain't lying about a lot of young people can't separate reality and fantasy. And it's funny because I see that in the little one, watching just little cartoons and off the wall stuff, and she'll ask questions, is real or is fake? And I mean, like, because, especially with the digitized shit, means something, I'm like, that stuff doesn't really happen. That stuff is not, what's happening. Those aren't real. This can't happen. And so, sometimes she gets confused on things. We have to sit down and have a little understanding so she can have a better perspective of things. But oh, word, that's what's up. But my thing is, yeah, they are telling a story. Is it a story that needs to be heard? Yeah, people want to be represented. People want to be understood. And, when you hear somebody from across the country tell a story that you can relate to, I understand that. But it's the over glorification. And I started, I had to step back and say, now, with what it is, everybody on everything, the Molly and the drink, I'm taking 50 pills. And, the culture went from, and you see it now, it went from being a seller. And I'm not saying that you were better for selling dope, because you contributed to the problem, but to being a user, you know what I'm saying? And now it's about a user culture. I done pop 50 Xannies. I done pop all the, man. Like, they motherfuckers be on fucking Xanax and shit. These motherfuckers look like losers. I've tried that shit when I was young. That shit was so fucking lame to me. I told you about my story, fucking falling asleep in the fucking pussy, then wake up, fall asleep, fuck with another bitch, thinking I fuck with this bitch, and she talking about that was 2 days ago, and I'm all fucked up because I thought I was gonna be cool and fuck with some Xanax and shit, bad experiences, you know what I mean? That shit is not cool. I done pop 10 Xannies, like, motherfuckers like that was pill heads, that's how we identify them. That motherfucker's a fucking pill head, you know what I'm saying? It's like, that motherfucker there, he a dope fiend. He on drug. You consider them damn near as bad as crackheads and shit. You know what I'm saying? And so it's a fucked up mentality. It's a fucked up, this nigga DeMarcus. You young, you can't even drink it. I don't want to hear you. And it's a fucked up mentality, and the youth are embracing it. Motherfuckers would rather be, they'd rather be junkies. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers would rather be junkies now. Like, it used to be, they used to have a little bit more respect for the rappers, because before it all became digital, now you can just make some shit, and if it sounds like whatever rapper had a hot track, then you can get on. What I used to respect about the old school rappers, even though it was some of the shit was getting pushed was negative, but especially in the South, you had to get on your grind. You had to be on your grind to become successful. They talk about the chitlin circus, working the clubs and you having to push music out there. You weren't getting that radio play. You weren't getting that type of stuff. Stan Keck, what's the motherfucking deal? Welcome to the den. And now it's just, I'm going to upload something. I'm going to push a bunch of fake views to it. Somebody stumbles across it because it gets ranked a little higher or whatever it may be. And, it starts getting some attention from real people. Then it looks like something. Or, it's just a bunch of bullshit. It's a bunch of bullshit. There's no message. There's no nothing into it. Oh, I'm partying. I'm fucking doing drugs. I'm fucked up. Look how fucked up we are. We all a bunch of junkies. I did a bunch of drugs last night. I woke up. I'm fucked up. I'm finna do some more drugs. Like, it's not a sustainable lifestyle. That's not, and you got motherfuckers who are like that, especially teenagers who are so easily influenced. You know what I mean? Yeah, Sally, exactly. That's why I say, even though I have a lot of respect for Slim Thug, in the city, shit, Pop the Trunk, motherfuckers selling CDs, they hustling, they getting it in. These new rappers talking about, oh, we all old rappers, y'all not helping us. Like, what the fuck? That shit sounds so fucking lame to me, dog. Like, that's why I say new rappers are so fucking whack. Y'all not helping. Y'all got more platforms to put your shit out in a wide array of people, not just in your neighborhood or not just in what neighborhood you in at that time. And y'all talking about help from old fucking rappers or older rappers. Y'all talking about the old rap suck. Now y'all complaining that these old rappers ain't helping y'all. Like, man, fuck y'all. Why should they? They had a whole different hustle, man. They had a whole fucking different hustle where, again, It wasn't no fucking SoundCloud. It wasn't no digital nothing. It wasn't no link to my fucking Dat Piff mixtape or Gorilla mixtape or whatever the fucking shit was. You know what I mean? And so I'm telling you, man, it just don't fucking it don't make sense. You know what I'm saying? Heidi, you addicted to Xanax? That's bad. Get off the Xanax, Heidi. Damn. Took the she let her get you for the pistachios. Ain't that a bitch? I said I blame all the music genres because I really heard upbeat songs that talk about drug, gun, and killing. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. They make the shit sound good, man. He said confession they got drunk on Jack, had the soul sucked out of me by him. Hey man, you know, shit happens, man. Sometimes the shit happens, Jack. You know, it is what it is. Oh, hold on, somebody calling in to me. My fault. I looked at shit and logged out on me. Let me get back into the system real quick. I see someone was calling in. Give me momento, por favor. All right, there we go. Whoever it was that was calling, if you want to call back in, feel free to call back. Doctor give you a Benz. Word. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
What's going on, Hunter? This boy Man Up one more again.
All right. What's the motherfucking deal, Man Up?
Hey, I think that was Broderick that I saw in the chat that asked me how can we blame music just a little bit when it's them saying this and saying that. Some I forgot exactly what he was saying. But let me clarify exactly what I'm saying. Okay, just because a rapper said he used to sell drugs does not mean that you should go and sell drugs. You see what I'm saying? For example, if a rapper told you that he jumped off the Empire State Building, you're not going to do it because you think that's stupid as hell. See what I'm saying? That's what I meant by you have your own mindset to do what's right in your life. See what I'm saying? So I do blame rap music a little bit for pushing negativity, but at the end of the day, we have our own mind to not sell drugs, to not do drugs, to not be having sex with a whole bunch of women, to not go blow our money on frivolous shit. See what I'm saying? So that's exactly what I mean by that. But yeah, they are pushing negativity into the music and stuff like that. Don't get me wrong. Yes, they are. But that's what I mean by I blame them a little bit. But at the end of the day, I listen to a lot of gangster rap music, and I'm not doing that stuff. Yes, I did do it back in the day, but I don't do it now because I know I have my own mind to do what I want to do. And I see he says I'm not getting the point, but what I'm trying to say is that's exactly what I mean by I blame them a little bit, but not a lot. See what I'm saying? At the end of the day, guess what? It's your mindset to do what you want to do on this earth in your life. See what I'm saying? So that's what I mean by that. Excuse me. So, but anyway, then it's just not rap music. It's some heavy metal music that be talking about the devil and stuff like that too as well too. So, but you know, you shouldn't. I don't know. It's your life. You do what you do, but would you want to be a devil worshiper and shit like that? See what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, it's on you. Yeah. See. So if a rapper rapped about how he slapped his boss on his job, would you go and do that shit? That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So that's why I say a little bit, but at the end of the day, it's you that make. At the end of the day, it's you that make the choices what you're going to do in your life. That's what I mean by that. But anyway, I'm going to hang up now. I just wanted to explain myself what I was talking about.
All right. Well, appreciate the call, man.
All right, then. I'll let you.
Already. Give me a second. Now, let me think about that. And I can say, you can look at it in kind of two ways. And I would say we would take this call. But when it comes to What we got calling? All right. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
This is Jay Dizzle once again.
Already, Jay Dizzle. What's the motherfucking deal?
First off, let me address Mr. Man Up.
All right.
I don't know what the fuck happened. If you got a twin or you're fucking you part of the invasions of the body snatchers and stuff, but you just become a whole different nigga lately. It's like me, you see eye to eye in damn near everything now. What the fuck happened, man? Did you evolve, my brother? Like, nah, that's my dude. I just gotta mess with him. But yeah, man, he's exactly right. And Broderick, look here, bro. I understand what it is you're saying. And just like Man Up, they do share some part of the blame. Absolutely. But at the end of the day, bro, as an American, you got the freedom of choice. So if you listening to this music and you let it influence you to want to go out and do that shit, that's a you thing. I can listen to this shit all day long. I listen Pimp C's and shit, you know what I'm saying? I'm from Port Arthur. So I fucking love Pimp C. I hear him talking about pimping bitches all the time. Hell, I talk about pimping bitches when I ain't never done it. You know what I'm saying? Because that's not me. Yeah. I understand that that was his lane. But that's not my lane. So if you choose to do that, that's on you, bro. Like he said, if somebody else does some wild shit and then you hear about it, does it really make you want to go do some wild shit? So, and I'm not attacking you personally. What I'm saying is this is a general problem within the community. Is you should have somebody in your corner teaching you while you're young, listen to this music, but you need to understand that this is entertainment. When we watch this movie, I need you to understand that this is entertainment. Because I watch black movies, I seen Boys in the Hood and Menace to Society. But that didn't make me want to go jack somebody for his 5.0 Mustang on them Daytons. That didn't make me want to go hop in my lowrider and go do a drive-by on a nigga eating some burger and fries. I understand that that's entertainment because my mama told me this is not real. This is just a story with pictures. That's what it is. So you have to understand things for what it actually is. Now, look, dude, I don't know how old you were when you said you was influenced by that. So I'm just going to chalk that up to you being young, okay? So, all due respect, I'm not trying to attack you. I'm just making sure that that's abundantly clear. But anyway, I'm going to jump off of that. I've been doing some thinking. And as usual, I think differently than everybody else in the fucking chat has been thinking. I think the Smollett thing is actually a good thing.
How so? How so?
Oh, yes. Honcho, you used to love it.
Okay.
It made the stupid people realize how dumb they really fucking are. If you sitting up here and believe that story, now don't you look stupid, you feel stupid. So if you still trying to cling on to that the story is real, you're not doing nothing but exposing yourself. So now you understanding that you can't believe everything somebody tells you. You have to literally put some thought behind it. Use your brain, like I said the other day. So it's a good teachable moment for people. Don't do this dumbass shit just to try to change the perspective around you so you can get some fans or some likes or some fucking publicity. It's not worth it. Because not only does it not help you, but it's a detriment to everybody that you're trying to make yourself seem like you're trying to do good for. You hurting your black people instead of helping us. So now all the people that don't give a shit about black people or is against the quote-unquote Black Lives Matter movement or against or saying that racism don't exist, you just giving them more ammunition, trying to do something that didn't even happen, like trying to pull a fucking stunt. So now the people that believed all this shit, now they get to realize how stupid they really look. Maybe next time when some shit like that happen, you'll sit back and, like you said, wait on the facts to come out before you come out here with your heart all open, with your chest all open, showing your heart because you just want to believe that some shit like this still exists. Just take it on a case-by-case basis, bro. I'm not saying that racism ain't still alive and well. because I'm pretty sure it is. I haven't experienced it in a while myself, so I can't really speak on other people's experiences. I don't believe every story I hear until I listen to the facts, and then I make a judgment on my own. Damn what anybody else say. But just take the tangible information and then use that before you make a decision. Don't just jump to a conclusion as soon as you read the title of some shit. And that's what's wrong with a lot of people. Instead of really going through the whole story, all they see is the headline and be like, you see this shit here? This some bullshit. But you didn't even read the story.
That's exactly.
So how you know it's some bullshit if you don't know the whole story? It's like reading the title of a book and then trying to explain to somebody else who read it what the book is about. You a dumb fuck. You're going to make yourself sound real stupid. And after exposing yourself a few times, hopefully you'll get it through your brain. Well, maybe I need to read up on this shit before I open my fucking mouth. So, yeah, it's a good teachable moment. It really the fuck is. And also, the people that saying that he should get jail time, I disagree with y'all motherfuckers too. I'm going to put it like this here. I'm going to go back to what I said the other day about the false rape allegations.
Yeah.
In those situations, speaking on the false rape allegations, those situations, there was somebody that actually got hurt. Somebody lost their freedom, which affects their future and their family. So it's a bunch of people that got hurt. What this stupid motherfucker did, nobody really got hurt. It's the perception of people that got hurt. So it's not a real tangible thing. The other one is very tangible. This one isn't really tangible. So how you want to put this person or punish this person for something where nobody got hurt? He just did a stupid thing and said some stupid shit, when somebody else did a stupid thing and said some stupid shit, but somebody literally got hurt. I don't understand how you can look at one way and not the other way. That don't make sense to me. So no, until it's equal on all sides, then absolutely. Yeah, he should be punished. But no, until everything is the way that it should be, where it actually makes fucking sense, no, I'm going to have to disagree. And just on that principle alone, no, I'm not saying that I can justify what he did, because it was damn dumb. Dumb. Yeah. And then the worst part about it, if you go through all that trouble to orchestrate the shit, at least make it good. At least make it harder than somebody who could just read the first part of your statement and be like, wait a minute, this don't even add up just from the first part. I hadn't even read the whole thing and I'm already skeptical. Mm-hmm. Okay? And what it also hurts is the chance that there'll ever be another leader again. The way that things are set up now, there will never be another Malcolm X or Martin Luther King. That just won't be, man, because there's too many different viewpoints of people nowadays. Yeah. Nobody, it's not enough togetherness for shit like that. And plus, people are gonna always be skeptical of the person. They're gonna always continually attack that person or try to figure out a way to defraud that person, saying that what they saying isn't genuine, or attack their background, or attack their family member who was a jailbird, you know what I'm saying, who did all this, but he kin to him, so he can't be that good. It's always something, people trying to find some negative shit to say about somebody. But what you also have to understand is the people that you really, really look up to, i.e. Martin Luther King, hey, he had some hoes too.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I watched that video you sent me where he was talking about, they said that there was actually white women handing him notes and things like that. So, yeah.
Bruh, and he was indulging himself. And you know what I'm saying? Hey, I can't get down with that, especially if, you know what I'm saying, if he was with his wife at the time. If he was a single man, then shit, hey, you know, it was it. Nigga got needs, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So, but, you know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, we still look up and revere that man, even though some of his transgressions that he did have on the side. But who really got hurt in the end? What he was doing was more important and more valuable than that shit on the side. Nowadays, if you have that shit on the side, that shit gets pushed to the forefront, so fuck everything else that you did. Yeah. Now they just focusing on that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And now you got the black women coming at you. See, we can't even have a good man leading us. He want to step out on his wife. So then it just turns into that instead of all this other shit that he's trying to do for the people. So that's the one discouraging thing that I really hate, that we can never have a good leader that we can trust, number one, because it's hard to trust anybody with so much fraud shit going on. And the difference now between music then and music now is back then music was reality.
Yeah.
You can say what you want about the gangster rap, but that shit was happening.
Yeah.
Fuck what you're talking about. That shit was happening. Now this music ain't real. It's not. They rapping about shit that they don't do, that they don't see. It's shit that's a figment of their fucking imagination. Okay, that's the difference. So whether you like the music back then or you like the music now, you just have to put that shit in perspective to what's real and what's not. So certain things that's real to certain people might not be real to somebody else. So it's all about perspective. It just is. And like I use this phrase that I made up myself, and I think it's pretty smart, if I must say so myself. The difference between an excuse and a reason is perceptive. It's perception, I'm sorry. That's the only difference. It's the way you looking at it. Because some people may think, well, this is why I can't do it. And somebody else will say, well, that's just an excuse, or that's just a cop-out. Yeah, but you're looking at it from your point of view. So you from the other side, well, you done went through it already, so you looking back at it. Me, I'm from the side that's going through it, so I'm looking, it's right in my face. So I can only see what's in my face, and you can see further away than I can. So it's the perception that changes, that shapes the narrative. So I think that's a pretty smart thing, and, you know, others may disagree. But you're more than welcome to come at me again. So if you got any rebuttals or anything to refute anything I said, you're more than welcome to call in. And Broderick, if you're willing, wake your wife up, or you can go to the garage and go outside and make that phone call.
He got
anything I say.
He got a follow-up text. I got a question for you though, Jay Dizzle, before you wrap it up. We were talking about rap. We were talking about rap back then being real and, you know, different from now. I'm still trying to find out, because I feel like whoever this was probably never got a chance to represent themselves. You know, we talked about probably the hardest verse ever to be rapped by one of Port Arthur's finest. Who the fuck is Marcus? Because Marcus can't see Bun. And I've been trying to figure out who the fuck Marcus was for the longest. Because apparently he did something from the end of that murder. You can't see me, Marcus. When he says that at the end of that murder verse.
Yeah.
Who do you know who Marcus is?
From what I understand, Marcus was a police officer that had an affinity for Mr. Bernard.
Okay.
He was always trying to get him on one thing or another.
Okay.
Now, I could be wrong, but I think that's the story that I heard a while back, because I had the same question. And Marcus was supposedly from the neighborhood.
No.
So they knew him or knew of him growing up. So he turned to be a cop.
Okay.
So he, went out of his way to fuck with them, basically. So Bun came at him on the song.
Okay. I've been wondering that for a long ass time. I'm just like, who the fuck is Marcus? And that man's soul must be hurting forever to this day, because that shit was tough. That shit was real stiff.
Did you ever hear the story behind that song, like the Bun B's verse?
No, I never heard of it.
Why he sound like that is because he was asleep and they woke him up to do it.
No.
And he was pissed off. So when he got in the booth, he rapped as aggravated as he sounded. So that's why he sound like that.
Man.
Because he was asleep before and they woke him up to do that shit.
Man.
He had been waiting a long time for something, and he fucked around and fell asleep, and he got mad because they woke him up. He told that story on one interview. So yeah, he went the fuck off. And I'm like, I said, you a talented motherfucker. You could wake up out of dead ass sleep, kill it, and then go right back to sleep. Like,
man, that made me appreciate that shit even more. God damn.
Exactly.
Okay.
But I'm gonna let somebody else call in case Roman want to call back in. You know how that motherfucker.
That's a bet, Jay Dizzle, man. I appreciate the call, man.
All right, Chief.
Already. Man. Well, I learned something new. You learn something new every day. Let's see. I've seen some. Okay, who we got? What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
Man, it's Mike from Nature. What's up, Honcho?
Mike, what's the motherfucking deal, man? What you want to drop in the den tonight, man?
gotta lock our sister Jessie up, man. Ain't no way around it. Ain't no way around it. And I'm gonna tell you, I heard the last call, and I feel where you're coming from as far as the the fake, the rape, the rape victims who be lying and shit like that. But sooner or later, as Americans, we gotta put this shit first. It don't matter if you white or black, man. These hate hoax and shit. You gotta prosecute this shit. And I'm gonna tell you, the decision's gonna be very simple. See, a lot of people caught up in this attack, and that's what the feds want you to think about. The FBI worry about that letter. You ain't sit back and thought about why the letter is so significant?
Yeah, somebody mentioned earlier about it being, once you play with the mail, you got a federal situation.
Federal offense.
Yeah,
it's a federal offense. So those plea deals and all that shit don't even much matter. See, by them focusing on the letter, if Kamala Harris or Maxine Waters or Cory Booker, whoever is involved with it, we gonna roll that ass because them federal charges. Ain't gonna be no pleading out of that shit.
Yeah.
Period. That's back in the, I want to say the end of the 70s, the 60s and 70s. That's how they was getting out of mob bosses. Fucking with the mail, sending something in the mail, you ain't no business. Illegal guns, drugs, whatever the case may be. That's how the feds were getting around to the shit. Okay. And that's how it was pinning a lot of people. So, our sister Jessie, I think by Wednesday, man, I think it's gonna hit the fan. And they already talking about grand jury, so I'm gonna tell you right now, if he was motivated by any reason to do this shit, everybody's getting locked up.
Yeah. So you feel like there's some power players above Jesse's head in this game?
Of course, because his whole family's made a living off of this activist shit, and there's no such thing as being that's not a real job. Yeah. So what's the motive behind it? And the whole family's like that, and I hate to say it, it is what it is. These half-breed niggas or these niggas who come from these influential households want to go to the hood and tell niggas how they struggling, knowing damn well they ain't never struggled themselves. And they want a reason to identify with the shit. And Jesse been doing it his whole life. His whole family been doing it. I know by now you done seen the video with him and Kamala Harris out there clapping this shit all off beat, trying to do a rally cry. You know what I'm saying? All that shit's going on. And I'm gonna tell you, man, like when it listen, there's three people with, you know what I'm saying, three levels you gotta avoid in life. The IRS, you ain't gonna never beat their ass. They undefeated. The FBI, and if you sell dope, the DEA. If you see any three of them coming, that ass is done. And the other one is GOD, but by the time he gets you cooked anyway. So when our sister Jessie was doing all this bullshit, when he heard FBI, that should have just went off in his head. But he a part of that protected group. He a part of the gay and black. So he thinking, shit, I'm untouchable. No. Sister, you going to prison. If you smart, roll on Kamala, roll on who told you to do this bullshit. Roll on him, man. Because sis, you ain't going to make it.
Yeah, it's a wrap. It's a wrap.
Our good sister is headed to the big house.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate.
Yeah, it is what it is, brother. Keep doing your thing, but I appreciate it.
Already, Mike, man. I appreciate the call, man. Post this to Jessie. That's funny as shit, man. That's funny as fuck. Man. Like I said, I feel like it's going to be a big unravel that happens in this situation. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
What's going on? This is your boy, man, up one more again.
Already, man, up. What's the motherfucking deal?
Man, I gotta respond to Jay Bizzle.
Okay.
Now, man, I didn't evolve. This is just how I think, dog. This is just how I think. Not attacking you at whatsoever. As you said, have I evolved or anything like that? No, it's not me. I mean, that's just who I am. That's how I always thought. Anyway, I forgot. I did want to get my spiel on that Jesse, however you say his name. Anyway, I never said not one word on that thing. But I did say this, and I did leave a comment on one of your videos you wrote. That you made, excuse me. I wrote a comment. I forget exactly how I put it, but I did say, I thought it was weird that a celebrity will be walking down the street in the middle of the night by himself. You know what I'm saying? And when have you ever saw a celebrity walk down the street in the middle of the night by themselves like that? In a dangerous neighborhood, in a dangerous city, as Chicago. Well, not just Chicago, but anywhere. When have you ever seen it?
Never heard of such. If it's going on, I doubt that they walking. If they out and about late, they not walking.
That's what I'm saying. So I didn't ever say anything, but that's, you know, so that was suspicious to me. And I see them say, true, if you consider him a celebrity. But hey, he was on a TV show. He got his own music stuff, you know, so you might call him a celebrity, you might not. But anyway, I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said I thought that was strange. I ain't never said anything because I didn't know. And then I don't really give a damn, but but I did thought that was strange. Yeah. Now, and then with all the stuff coming out, then when you said when they got those guys, they're supposed to beat him up, they arrested him, and he really lawyered up. I'm like, why would he lawyer up if he got beat up? Like, we need to go get a lawyer. It didn't make any sense to me right there either. Now, a lot of people say his story kept changing. I didn't pay attention to what he was saying, so I don't know about that part. Can't speak on that. Now, from what I've heard, when I was at work, you know, on my lunch break, I was looking at my Google News feed. They said that they was now looking for him, and he's on the run. Don't know how true that is. I'm just going by what I read. So, don't know. Like I said, I'm just going by what I read. Now, kind of want to respond to what Jay Dizzle said about he shouldn't be locked up. I think I have a different opinion on that one. And let me explain exactly what I mean. Now, I know what he's talking about rape victims and stuff like that, people getting beat up and stuff like that, for really getting beat up, for real. Yeah, because somebody got hurt. He's right. This is why I say he should get locked up. Because if he do this, somebody else going to do this, and then somebody else going to do it, and then somebody else going to do it on and on and on, because they're going to feel like they're going to have to suffer any kind of consequences. You see what I'm saying? This should teach people right here. It's just like when you were growing up. If your mom caught you in a lie, she whooped your ass. I know I got my ass whooped, but when I got caught in a lie, I can't speak for everybody else, but I know I got my ass whooped. See what I'm saying? That was a punishment. See what I'm saying? To me, it's kind of like when, I know you heard those stories that women putting men on child support that really not the father, and then, you know, it comes out they're not the father, and, you know, you lied on a government document and shit like that. That's kind of the same thing. So I'm saying, I know it's different situations, but you lying on government documents. So yeah, you should face some time, because now look, these women are facing time. And how many stories have you heard that their fathers by default because these women are lying? See what I'm saying? And they're gonna keep doing it because they know they're not gonna get in no kind of trouble. That's what I mean by this. If he don't face any jail time, somebody else gonna come out and do it because they don't feel like they gonna get in trouble. Then somebody else gonna come out and do it, on and on and on. That's why I say you set an example. You know, you finna waste my time. You know what I'm saying? I know it's in Chicago. Well, fuck it, I'm still gonna say that's my taxpayer. That's my tax dollars being put to use for no reason. Yeah, see what I'm saying?
Got involved. Yeah, that's your tax money right there. Shit.
Yeah, even though I'm not in Chicago, but that's still my tax money that's being used for no reason. So yes, I think he should face some jail time just to set that example. We ain't finna tolerate this bullshit. You know what I'm saying? How much jail time? Yeah, I don't know. But you know what I'm saying? He should. That's why I think me and him differ on. So what I'm saying? Now, excuse me. Another thing is this here. Excuse me, sorry about that. Another thing is this here. Excuse me, sorry. I'm eating while talking at the same time, so sorry. I said I jug out for work, so I'm trying to eat while I show and call in all at the same time. But anyway, what I'm saying is this here. At the end of the day, I think that when you sitting here, you're lying about something. Like I said, I got my ass with my mom called me a lie. Oh, it's been 20 times. She knew I lied. She let me go to sleep. But then wake me up with a smooth belt to my ass while I'm asleep, then whooping the shit out of me because she knew I was lying. So I'm saying. So at the end of the day, that's why I say no. Let's set an example. You see what I'm saying? Now, I'm not saying, you know what I'm saying, what he's saying is wrong or right. No, I'm just giving my opinion on it. I'm saying this is why I think it should stop right here, because it's just going to start a never-ending cycle. And then when somebody finally get tired of it, then that's when it's going to be another riot or some kind of bullshit, you know what I'm saying, out there. That's what I'm saying. But anyway, I ain't going to spill on. I just want to say, I just got a question for you, though, Honcho.
What you got?
Is that a James Harden shirt you got on?
Yes. This is a White Persuasion original.
Oh, okay. Okay, I like that. I like that.
Harden with on the NBA logo on there. Yeah.
Okay, I like that.
Yeah, White Persuasion.
All right. Okay. All right. Anyway, yeah, I just wanted to call in and get my point on that because I never said not one thing about the Jesse, however you say his name, situation. But anyway, I'll holler at you, man.
All right, man. I appreciate the call.
All right. Bye.
All right. Now I want to get to the secondary text of the BBC Chronicles that Broderick has contributed. Said, I just have to be clear to address man-up comments. We're talking about young, impressionable minds that have no direction and only look towards those entertainers. If we're being honest, there are more rappers nowadays who openly worship Satan in the music. Just look at how bad these kids have gotten. Now, if we get to the root of the issue, if there's no father in the house, there's a 50% chance these youth won't be able to see a different side of the coin. And I agree, and I think it depends on what type of father's in the house. Because, man, you see some of these motherfuckers, you see some of these chicks, especially, well, if there is no father in the house, you see these chicks already, some of them encouraging these young men to go out and sell drugs. You see these motherfuckers encouraging motherfuckers to do some negative ass shit for the money. I think you have, what's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
Hey, this is Jason. Giant Mess.
All right, Giant Mess. What's the motherfucking deal, Giant Mess? How you doing this evening? What would you like to drop in the den?
Well, I was just thinking about how music, and things go. I'm a metalhead, so I was always thinking about that when I was growing up, and you always hear the alcohol and drug references and things like that. And plus, if you listen to the harder persuasion of these musics, then you have, Satanism and all that other stuff too. And so I was thinking about that, and I was applying it to like the way the rap is now. Oh, well, hang on a minute. For some reason, my earbuds ain't working now. But yeah, it was just the problem with the way things were going up, with the way things are, and how you see all these things. And now with, like, people were talking about young impressionables, and it's like, yeah, but that's only, a select minority of kids were like young impressionable, especially if they grew up around violence or anything like that. It's like I grew up around people who fought all the time. I grew up, I knew, a drug dealer that lived in my neighborhood. So it was that kind of thing, and it was like, when you see the life that they used to talk about, gangster rap, you never really pick up on, hey, these things couldn't be lied about because I've seen them. And then you look at some of the people nowadays, and you just like, oh yeah, this dude's he's one of those people that if they got caught, they would immediately snitch out everybody, kind of like what Tekashi did, And with the, as far as like the whole thing with the like seeing like gangsters and stuff like that, with them becoming like murderers or something, people got to understand that most people, even though you got your cognitive brain, but you got this little part in the back of your head that's always going to go when you get really pissed off. Oh, wait, I'm going to snap and I'm going to go off on somebody. And a lot of people are realizing that, and then you have this whole thing where you have this whole cycle of fucking music in your head that's completely going, oh yeah, this is the way this should work. That people have always been talking about this. This is how, we're going to, so I never could really, like I'm the type of person that if I go out, especially at nighttime, I mean, I have a gun on me, but I've always got my knife. So I know of, the moment that they do turn around and don't shoot me, I'm trying to stick them in the fucking neck. So.
Well, hopefully you don't ever have to use it, But no, I understand, and that's why I say, yeah, it's there's a lot of factors, and again, like I say, and it's unfortunate, but you do have stability. You have people who are stable you don't have to worry about because they actually have the experience. They actually have, the nuclear family. They have, good mentors and role models. But you do have a large number of kids, youth who do not have a constant presence in the home. If they do have a single mom, she could be on some other shit. She may not be very productive in her own right. If she is a single mother that is working, then she's not home enough to be there to provide that guidance, or vice versa. There are some kids in single father families who dad may be working so much they're just not there to cover every aspect of certain things, and they turn to music and they turn to entertainment as guidance because that's the next thing you see. When you get home, you looking on your phone screen or you looking on the TV screen, and I think that there are some people who spend so much time with those types of people or that type of entertainment that they become too connected to, and they believe that's the only way, or believe that's how you got to. Well, that's how that person get. I look up to them, and so I got to do this or I got to do that. Or there's a lot of other factors you mentioned, about the drug dealer neighborhood. I think when you come from a community where that may be impoverished, you go by what you see. Yeah, and I said, maybe looking at role models that have done better things, but what you see live and direct in your actual neighborhood, if you see the only people that really have money or that are really doing well are the people who are selling drugs or participating in some type of negative lifestyle, be it, stripping, be it stealing, be it, some type of fraud or whatever, and then telling that's the only way to get it, and then you think that's the only way, and that can have a big impact too. And so I think there's a lot of factors, even with the not just the Satan worship, but the glorification of just money, because like I said, it's not about principles, it's not about integrity, it's not about standards. It's just about money. Don't matter how you get it, just get money. And that's the thing that's continually being preached. And so I think that there's a lot of shit that has to be fixed. And I don't think it's going to be easily fixed, because that's all the music industry is pushing these days. And the powers that be, I think they encourage that mentality because it keeps people limited in their functioning.
Yeah, because I grew up, most of my life in a place called Pontiac in Michigan. And like a block away from where I grew up, we had a place that was called the Hostro. So, and every time you walk outside, you could see just hookers like almost all the way up the road, especially at nighttime. But they didn't give a shit, because at the time, right there at the corner of my road, we had 3 different bars, like within feet of each other. And yeah, it was just weird thinking about that, and then listening to some music and things like that, and you're like, yeah, this is exactly what they're talking about when they say these kind of things. And I think the other thing I'd have to say is when you grow up with kind of an expectation when you see things on TV and listen to things in music and in the music videos, and you just kind of you just kind of direct yourself toward that. I mean, you got people right now who think that jail is a rite of passage to adulthood.
Yeah.
So.
Man, and I'm glad you make that comment. I'm going to expand on that in just a second. But John Messman, I appreciate your call, And you made a couple of points that I'm going to talk about here for a second. But I thank you for calling.
All right. Take care, boy.
You too. Man, what he said about that jail being a rite of passage, and that's a thing that is dominant in the black community. Like, you ain't real unless you went to jail. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
Who do we have calling in?
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, my bad, man. It's Mike from Chicago again.
All right, Mike, what's the motherfucking deal, man?
Nothing, man. I was watching the whole show, man. Firstly, you're like a fucking marathon man, dude. Like, you drinking coffee or doing bumps on the low or something like that? Because there's no way you should be this perky for fucking after 4 hours of talking, dude.
No bumps. It's fucking energy drink that I fucking drink on occasion. Definitely helps. Otherwise, I'd be like before this was the den. It used to be the Kush Den, so it was a completely different vibe. About this time in the Kush Den, I'd probably be falling asleep. About to burn myself.
That shit, a Kush Den would be a 25-minute show with a bunch of bad jokes and hearing you crunching on shit all night. But check it out, man. Yeah, man, you got a good ass stream, man. I'm gonna try to spread the word a little bit because I enjoy your particular angle while really letting people hash it out with their particular views. I definitely want to sort of keep it on topic with Jussie, but what I have to say about that, man, is I just want to point out as what I see is like, I think it was Red S, one of your viewers was saying like, who's a black leader in the community, and you were saying like, who could it be? Neil deGrasse Tyson or I forgot who you mentioned. The whole conversation that's going on, man, is like it ties into what I think people are saying. Like, there was a period that music and James Brown, the whole Black is Beautiful movement, hip hop took that, what started off as rap with Grandmaster Flash, just Sugar Hill Gang and all that. Like, it was emblematic of what the culture, Black culture specifically, and I actually disagree with you on that point. I do think there is an extant Black culture that's exported to the whole world, frankly, not just in America. I mean, you got white boys copying Black culture everywhere, so I think it's a distinct thing. But having said that, you can't rest on your laurels as a cultural community, because what I see now is, your culture is very dominant in these areas, right? Like in athletics and media. But because if there exists such a thing as enemies of the Black culture and Black community, they see that, right? They see that they are relying on this and that they can be manipulated by those things that they seek out. So I think people are moving the pieces around the board to use as a weakness now, right? So what was Black pride, Black is beautiful, Black unity is now being weaponized against you as this perpetual fake outrage. And to make this a real clear comparison, man, is I think where what you see on the exact opposite end of the spectrum is, I didn't want to share this with the room earlier because, frankly, I'm not trying to get into a whole lot of bullshit. But, I'm a Chinese American. I was born and raised in Chicago. And the things that I see that are problems within the Black community are very obvious to me. Now, to offer some, fairness, that I'm not trying to high sign about my culture or whatever's better, but there's hella problems within the Chinese community, Asian community as a larger, right? But those are different problems, and our enemies recognize that too, right? Like at Harvard, they know that they can fucking pass 40 years worth of like high standards and lowering points and not having any Asian studies programs and, propping up the Blacks and Latinos, but we won't quote unquote riot and protest and boycott and shit like that. That is a weakness, right? It's not always good, but if we have enemies, they will recognize that that's how you cripple us, right? You can constantly bully us, and we just, well, they think, not every chico is like me, right? I mean, like some maybe don't master the language, and they're not going to be able to fight back. But what I'm saying is, like, at the end of the day, I think if I could offer this to your audience, which I assume might be mostly Black, right? One of the lessons that you can take and make your own is, at the end of the day, it's family education, conservative finances, right? Which are stereotypical Chinese traits, right? They're nerds, they don't speak up, and they're fucking cheap. Now the end of that is, it's not a fucking accident, man. There's 1.2 billion Chinese people. That's just China. You pick another Asian country, you stack up another quote unquote black country, and I'll let you try to explain those facts. So again, to not high sign, there are weaknesses. Like, I'm actually quite athletic. I'm about 6 feet tall. I'm not that bad looking. I can dab. I can do all kinds of dance and shit like that. But I was never encouraged to do those things by my family. Now, they didn't poo-poo it, right? Like, if I could, have that on my college resume or college application or get a job, yeah, that would be great. But I mean, that's not a way that whole societies move forward. Because if that were the way to do it forward, fucking 5,000 years of Chinese history, they would have emphasized those parts. They've gone through famine, natural disaster, war, revolution, all kinds of social upheaval. So if there's anything that you can borrow and just learn and make it your own black identity, that would be it. And there's no shame in that, man. There's no shame in that, because right now you got a whole continent of Asian cats, like Rich Chig. I mentioned that, man, that dude's breaking all kinds of stereotypes. Why? Because he can flow, he can spit bars, right? So that's how you guys are affecting the world now. Now, another thing that's true is people will not be that much into hip hop if you don't have economic strength and cohesion within your community. Because China has all that mad history and art and language and a well-established, golden harvest media system. I mean, they've been producing movies for fucking 70 years. You don't see none of those movies over here. Oh, but all of a sudden, once we got a few dollars in our pocket, oh shit, now we got to put in a few, crazy rich Asians, and we got to fucking bring in a couple actors. So it goes hand in hand. So I just want to sort of encourage your listeners that might think that you are, not cooning, but maybe I never really watched your identity before, but like, if they think that you are betraying the cause somehow, get the fuck out of here, man. I mean, I think you're doing it right? You're trying to lead people off the plantation, and people that are going to be talking about, no, man, why are you saying this? And I don't believe, I mean, I'm not trying to disrespect, but I mean, if they're saying that they're questioning it, I think they should check upstream for the info and really ask whether or not they're on that plantation, man, because I see it. And the only way I can make this real is, I grew up in Chicago. I've got friends of all kinds, and I was breaking off in Spanish with Heidi Kleinstadt over there. And, I'm multicultural, and my life is much better for having had access to the best parts of black people. I could deal without the niggas too. Okay. I don't need to be robbed. I don't need to be harassed. I don't need to be fighting in school. All right. But black people have, like, for example, when I have kids, bro, I'm gonna raise my kid like a black mother, like an educated black woman, right? There's nothing you're gonna tell me about how to raise my kid. Fuck you. My kid's gonna get all his rights. Now, that is not how my mother raised me, keeping it real. My mother loves me to the ends of the earth, but that is not how she fought for me, right? She fought for me by saving up a big bank account, buying a big house, not losing her job, keeping quiet, working with the system. But when I see, when you go to a bus, someone being bullied on the bus, or someone takes your seat in the movie theater, or someone doesn't pick you, whatever, man, black women, man, they ain't fucking around. So I learned that. So we all have something to learn from each other. Peace can be had. We live in a great country, right? We have different histories, how we arrived here. My family was not enslaved, which I empathize, which is a unique part of human and American and human history. But you all got to learn from that, move on, because that is really uniquely holding back African Americans. Again, it's like someone said before, man, it's a double-edged sword. The pride can now be used against you. That knowledge that you're always looking back, always talking about slavery, always talking about what you owe me, always talking about what white man can do for me. Man, once black people just have some pride without hate, not hating on other cultures, not trying to take from Koreans or Arabs, or no, we've been clowning on Jews in your room, but I think on the real, peace can be had. So I believe sometime in our lifetime, blacks will find some pride and set that stuff behind, and we're all going to be following them, because I recognize that I have rights in this country, not because Chinese people stood up and fought for everyone else, not because Native Americans or gays or feminists. It was black people. Black people took the brunt of racism back in the day. I think it's much less of that to a lesser degree now, but it's facts. So I appreciate that. So it hurts me a lot when there's a lot of racism from the black community and towards the black community. And that's all I had to say, man. I'm going to drop off right here, bro.
Man, Mike, I fucking appreciate that call, man.
Thanks, brother.
All right.
Peace.
Man. I'll be honest, man. Said a lot of stuff, and I think that was a super call, man. Yeah. Mike. We might need Mike to call in every night just to drop some gems. Man, I mean, I just don't know where to start, and that's the thing. And I think that's the thing that we've discussed, and I'm glad to hear it from an Asian perspective, and that's awesome, because that's something that I've mentioned, and I'm just like, man, you look at from time to time, I don't think every night, but I'm just like, man, you look at how the Asians do it, where they focus, where they, let me make sure I got the proper timestamp on that one. Because I say, and I think that he's right. It may take a combination. That's why I say often, it's about understanding what happened in Black history, but not being solely focused on ourselves. Look at other cultures and look at, okay, well, this is working for them. This is working for, this culture. There's certain shit that we can implement. And man, that was a great call. And the fact that, look, I see I see Jay Dizzle and Brooks in agreement. Yeah, like Mike has brought Den Peace to the world. Man, that's fucking Heidi. Man, that's what's up, man. I really do appreciate the call, man. A lot of stuff he said about family education, conservative finances. I completely agree. It's something that took some time for me to learn. Y'all motherfuckers are funny, dog. The fucking the you degenerates. And man, look, appreciate the love too, Jess Sarah. I ain't mean to ignore you there. It was a lot of good shit going on there. So I appreciate the Denjamins. man. And I think he put it in a great way that Black pride has become weaponized, because I think that, especially with this outrage culture, you can just say a couple of key words. I always say it's those trigger words, and you'll have people acting a particular kind of way. We talked about the T.I. Gucci thing, and where, and some of that's misrepresentation. Maybe that's what you see. We're talking about, well, we buy the majority. No, the fuck we do not. We don't buy the majority of Gucci. This shit been going on before we were allowed to buy some fucking Gucci. So, that's not the case. But again, you can just say certain things and then, Black people get riled up, and they're too emotional about some of this shit. And you have to start thinking logically. It's chess moves, you know what I'm saying? But you're getting played for checkers. You say, little politicians want Black people to believe they need those politicians to get in rights. They already have to be tweaked, tell people they're not smart, they're able to do things. Exactly. And that's my thing, man. That's my thing. It's real life Wakanda. Look, I don't know. They had some rhinos and shit running around. I got an issue with snakes. I don't know if I'm trying to fuck with the rhinos too. But I seen an elephant punk a rhino today, so that was interesting. But man, that was a great call. I definitely have to go back and listen to that, because he said some very inspirational things. And I'm looking at the demographic of the Den. I think we got I don't know. I mean, especially since it's kind of grown a little bit. I'm wondering what our numbers will look like, because I know initially it was pretty heavily Hispanic, and I think the majority was like Hispanic. But it was like Black was probably like the next, and then I think white. But now I think we've gotten a much more diverse, and so we'll see. Liberia don't count, just like Wilt Chamberlain stats don't count. But something I was saying before that call, and that John Message mentioned, and we talked about making prison like that fucking rite of passage. All right, hold on. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the Den this evening?
This is Jay Dizzle. I'm gonna keep it real quick. I just got one question.
All right.
The person that called in earlier talking about the cockroach, the flying cockroach, who was that?
Dr. Rabbit.
Dr. Rabbit, where in the fuck is you at where you can kill a cockroach with a fly swatter? My nigga, I done stepped on them motherfuckers before, and them motherfuckers got up and just question. Because I don't know no roach you can kill with a fucking fly swatter, man. None.
Already, man. I'm glad you said that because I didn't even know he had said a fly swatter. I think we on stream might have went.
Yes.
That motherfucker went janky for a second. But yeah, amazing things, man. Shit. Yeah.
That's all I got.
Already, man. Appreciate it, Jay Dizzle.
All right, man.
Already. Yeah, man. I didn't catch that he had said a fly swatter. Man, yeah, what kind of shit was that? Yeah, you ain't doing nothing but making a nigga angry. You gonna snatch the fly swatter out your head and hit you back with that hoe. Good grief. Yeah, the fucking stream was acting a little janky on your boy for a second. We should be good here. But yeah, damn, I ain't realize even going. When the conversation gets good, you know, sometimes we just keep the den going, man. But yeah, shit, I'd seen that motherfucker lose fluids and still be active. You know, I've crushed one or felt like I crushed one. You know, went to go get a napkin or something to pick it up to throw it away, the motherfucker slid off. You know what I'm saying? Shit, I looked in the immediate vicinity and couldn't find that bitch. And he started getting scared then, like, hold on, shit, that nigga finna call his partners, he finna call some cousins or some shit, and shit, it's finna go down. And the thing that be fucked up, especially like when you live in an apartment complex, like when motherfuckers like move, that's when they come. Because usually a motherfucker don't have a problem with it. You know what I'm saying? But it's like when that's what I've noticed, is like when neighbors move, like it could be like, depending on where you at, like if you're on the same side or whatever, that's where they get real bad. And it makes me really wonder what the fuck is going on. You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit can get real wild. So yeah, that's that. But what I was saying before that John Mexico, we was talking about, you know, with prison almost being like a stepping stone into greatness or something. And it's unfortunate because this is a belief. Again, you know, we sit here and we talk about, you know, they doing this to us and they doing that to us. But why is it that, you know, like say a rapper come out, or we don't fucking give them props, or, you know, unless they done deal, oh, this man, he went to the pen, or he did, you know, 5 years, you know, and now he got gangster state, he got hood status or whatever the fuck it is, you know, that's, you know, he got clout because he did jail time, you know. That motherfucker got shot, you know, he got to be a real rapper. Like 50 got shot, he ain't shooting nobody. Well, I don't know what he did, but I'm just saying the thing that made him famous was he got shot 9 times. That's not the position you want to be in. Game got shot, you know, so that gives him clout. Like, why does it take this type of stuff for us to give rappers clout? Why do we as black people look at prison as some type of rite of passage, you know? And that's the thing that's super fucked up, because again, fucked up ass priorities. Shit, who was the motherfucker that had the hit song about the damn thrift shop? Macklemore, I think. Macklemore, something like that. Macklemore talked about a thrift shop. This motherfucker here is like, I go to the thrift shop. I ain't never thought about writing about that shit. I've seen the fucking thrift shop. They don't ever have nothing that fit a motherfucker's size. Sometimes you can find some cool shit in the thrift shop sometimes. But, you know, never once did I think about making a song about it, because of what gets idolized in the black community. You know, we don't think about no shit like that. And then, you know what I'm saying? And then you got fucking, his motherfucker had a hit song. You know what I mean? Did it for the white guy. Man, don't be fooled. Niggas be up in them thrift shops like a motherfucker, man. So is it okay for the police to harass criminals? It's a very interesting question. And I guess depending on how you look at it, because I think that if this person is shown a propensity to continue a certain behavior, yeah. But I think that there are people, but it seems to be much fewer or a lot less people who, you know, go through some things. They try to improve their life, but at the same time, you know, people who do that don't necessarily have those concerns when dealing with police, but you do have police who, well, they will treat you a particular kind of way because you do have a record. You may not be doing anything. Shit, I remember having situations before I ever had a record, and you know, just some things happening. But was I in a sketchy situation? Was I in a sketchy play? Yeah, you know, it is what it is. But you know, and I can just sit here and say, thankfully, I didn't make it all the way through unscathed. But the reason why I don't complain about a lot of shit, I don't really be tripping on, you know, just that I know a lot of the shit I used to do when I was younger. And I think people don't take into account a lot of shit. You know, there's certain shit you get caught for, but you got to think about all the shit you get away with that you know you weren't supposed to be fucking doing, and you know what's going on. But if you are in an area and you are in a way that looks suspicious, looks suspect, I mean, you just expect that type of shit to happen. You know what I'm saying? I think, I mean, if you give yourself a reason to look suspect, you know, it's gonna fucking happen. But like I say, it's just I honestly am thankful because there's some situations, and I mean, had it went this way just a little bit or that way just a little bit, shit, I might not be here right now, you know. So I don't trip on any of this shit, you know. And I'm glad I learned some lessons and before the shit happened. But you know, what Heidi? Well, you know, Mike has an understanding. You can't dance, Heidi. We've all seen your twerk, all right? So that's why you don't have the dance pass, all right? You know, I'm skeptical of your Fortnite dances. So, you know, you're not doing it for the culture, Heidi. But shout out to Mike, man. Your floss is terrible. It's the worst. I'd hate to see the floss combined with the twerk. I'd hate to see her shoot dance. You know, just all bad stuff. I don't know. Workouts, I give you an A- for the workouts, but the dancing, I'm just gonna say no. Oh, that's terrible. That's terrible. I just read something in the military, the Marine testing, that women don't have to do pull-ups, or something like that. So why is that? Spider alignment, a sag, man. Oh, I think somebody posted you saw that shit in the DNJ Dizzle. Whoever posted that video in the DN on the Facebook group, that shit was terrible. That shit was super terrible. But here is the dilly dally, man. Here is the deal. I think we'll get ready to wind it down, man. You know, so we can do it tomorrow, same den time, same den channel, you know, 10 p.m. Central Time. We'll see what happens. Oh, we got a text who says, they just say you need to consider the ages of these rappers nowadays. Yeah, and that is a thing too. That is definitely a thing, because remember when being a young rapper was like a novelty? Remember like Bow Wow was like a novelty? Because when he was like, what was Bow Wow, like 10, 11 or some shit like that? You know what I'm saying? You posted it? Yeah. But it was like he was like 10, 11. You know what I'm saying? When he started rapping or something like that. It might have been younger than that shit. I don't even know. But that was like a novelty. But now shit, that shit everywhere. But now you got these little niggas on some old little gangster rap shit, and motherfuckers think that shit is cool. And that's why I say, like, the fucking shiny youth. A fucking you know, and that's what I'm saying. The influence is terrible. Like we promote this shit like it is what it is, and you know, we continue to promote these lifestyles and these cultures. You say keep it rolling. We'll say, hey, you know, normally I don't do this, but keep the party going. Scotty ass fat. That motherfucker been hunting in the fucking kitchen and shit. Made some fucking burritos today. And that nigga, he hopes that shit fall on the ground. I'm trying to get his ass off that shit. Because either he patrol around the fucking table when we be eating and shit. I'm like, this motherfucker is a predator. But shout out, appreciate the Dingermans, Jay Dizzle. Scotty upstairs, Scotty cooling. I posted a picture of Scotty on the IG stories the other day. So Scotty is alive, well, and vicious. He tried to bite my hand off. So my thing is, all right, Bex Fire, appreciate it. I'll catch you next time. Yeah, that man, like some see, Scotty's a demon dog. You know what I'm saying? So my thing though is this. We'll keep the party going. My thing though is this. You know, Mike said, you know, about. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this for a second. Cultural appropriation, right? Why is that a thing? Why is that a thing? Because on one half you have all the black people get mad about, well, we're not getting recognized, we're not getting appreciated, we're not getting this and getting that, nobody's recognized, you know, this and that. But then when somebody does emulate something from the culture or, you know, the perspective, whatever, then why is it, oh, now it's cultural appropriation, y'all shouldn't be doing this, this is just a black thing, you know. Why is that a thing? You know what I mean? You say is Heidi wifey material? I don't know. I mean, she has certain bases covered. That's a good question. We'll have to debate on that one day. I don't know. I think Heidi's one you got to keep as a friend. You know, you let her judge the chicks you date and stuff like that. But that's my thing, you know, it's cultural appropriation. It's all, you know, it's mad. You guys are mad. What it is motherfuckers are mad that they didn't seize the economic opportunity to capitalize off of it. And oh man, that's a tough question. It's a tough question. We'll leave that one up in the air. I'll leave that for your own discernment. But my thing about that is, like I say, you know, again, we got to remove the emotional aspects from it. I think that it's a lot of things with black people that we're confused about shit. And like I said, and I agree with Jay Dizzle said earlier when he was talking about it wasn't the entitlement. It's not just a black thing. It's an American thing. But I think that combined with the mind state that a lot of us as black people, black African Americans have, it's that much more detrimental. But I do agree with that where he said, okay, well, damn, make sure ain't nobody fire alarm going off, garage burning down and shit. I'm in this bitch. Oh yeah, let's keep it in the den, in the fire den. But so my thing though is, we gotta detach the emotion. That's why I say I'm not really emotional about anything. That's why some people be like, oh, how do you hear somebody say something like that? Because it's not emotional. I don't really have, I don't want to say I don't have an emotional connection to anything, but I try to operate with the emotions out of it. I try to hear what people are saying and think, why are they saying this? What are their intentions behind it? Is it malicious? Is it beneficial? Is it, you know, they just try to say something to try to trigger you? Like, you know, what is it that they really have? And honestly, I feel that the majority of people have good intentions. Some people may not know how to say it in the right context or maybe give a bad perspective, but I think that the majority of people really, truly, honestly have good intentions. They just may come across wrong. And that's what happens when you look at everything emotionally. So I try to give people the benefit of the doubt when they say certain things and try to understand where they're coming from. So I try not to take everything at face value, but I try to understand where they're coming from. But like I said, you know, with us, we get upset about this nonsense. We get upset about cultural appropriation. We get upset about, oh, this person's doing that and this person's doing that, when none of that shit matters. You know what I'm saying? I think I could play free safe for 10 for 1 quarter. Oh, yeah. I could do it for a quarter. Only if we start that quarter off on offense. You know, we run the ball, hopefully, often. But you know, my deal is just that. My deal is just this, man. It's start. You cultural appropriation is cool, and I think we as black people need to start doing some cultural appropriation. And that's our problem, is that, you know, we only want to look to self. And I'm not saying that we don't have, you have to help yourself out of a fucking hole. You can't expect somebody else to come and do it, but look at the tools that other people use to do so. You know what I'm saying? So you don't think that cultural appropriation is accepted by even 2% of the public? Well, what do you know, Heidi? But my thing is, I have no problem with the shit, because you get mad about, well, we're not getting recognition, or we're not getting this, but then, you know, you're mad when you do get recognized. I've never eaten Taco Bell. Never in my life have I ever eaten Taco Bell. Yeah, so there's that. I'm lying. Okay. I try my best. But so like I said, we just have this confused mentality, and I don't think we're really on the same page. And I think Jay Dizzle also said something about, you know, leaders, because of people looking for things to nitpick at, and people who are looking to. I remember a white bitch that a white guy who had driven, didn't realize he was born in Jamaica. But see, here's the thing: I whoop your right ass. God damn it! So I don't care about you playing no motherfucking football. Look, I'm like, nigga, you old cheap t-shirt ass nigga. Well, he said safety though, not corner, so that's a different game. But you know, like I say, it's just we gotta get over the bullshit, and that's why I say, you know, I don't care about. It sounds fucked up, you know, like Mike was saying with the coon and all that stuff, and getting off the plantation. It's true, because people are so emotionally attached to the slavery thing. And I'm not saying, you know, not to be aware of your history. Everybody should be aware of their history, but don't be bound by that shit. You're not enslaved right now. This is the freest you'll ever fucking be. You know what I mean? This is the freest you'll ever fucking be. And you know, we're complaining about shit from fucking 100 years ago, 60 years ago. So you think will take a minute from a hungry Taco Bell? What? When me and Scotty would definitely culturally appropriate Father's Day cards. Shit. And say leadership should come from no one. I agree. I absolutely agree. But part of that comes to people picking good partners. We have to get away from this, and again, it's in the music. You know, we talking about we fucking all these hoes, we doing all this. We gotta, you know, it's a lot of things. You know, men have to, you know, control themselves and not fall for every fucking big ass that walks by. I have my issues. I'm gonna look, but I'm not gonna react. If I wanted to, the options are there, but that's just not what it's about. You know, I don't think there's anything wrong with look, but you can't be out there trying to fuck every bitch that fucking exists. You know, when I was younger, hey, I was out of control. The women have to stop promoting themselves as their best assets are fucking sex. You know, you don't have a fucking $1 million pussy. You got $1 million mind. Use that shit. You know, if you put your pussy as your best fucking asset, you know, motherfucker, we talked about this before. What you think is good might not be that good to the next man. You know what I'm saying? And you gonna fucking slide the fuck up out that hoe. So you like, man, this bitch, you know, some taxes on this pussy. This shit here is overspent. You know what I'm saying? Fuck y'all. No sauce. Only sauce is sauce. But that's the funny thing. That's you want to know something? When we talking sauce, I don't really put sauce on anything. Even though I have a show called Sauce Sports. No sauce. Actually, I put sriracha on some shit. But not often. It's not very often I put sauce on things, because I think sauce overrides the flavor. I may put some hot sauce on fried chicken. I don't give a fuck what y'all say. Yes, I eat fried chicken, and I have no fucking problem with it. Let's see. If I have a taco on each hand, one is for Scotty. Man, shit, come on. Have you ever seen women that work at Taco Bell? Man, look, told you I don't mind the BBWs, but you know, some of them be you know, shit. Some of them be on that borderline. Oh my God! I know what the fuck I wanted to talk about, because I've been trying to figure. There's been something on my mind that I said I wanted to mention this whole fucking stream. I couldn't remember what the fuck it was. Superman and the Instagram rap. Have y'all heard the Superman record? And what's his name? Serotonin is the name. Superman. You know, it's a ma'am. Clearly I'm a ma'am. Superman. Y'all didn't know Superman was a rapper. Like before, I knew Superman was a rapper. But like I heard about it when I was looking into the incident. Superman was a rapper already. Okay. So before the GameStop incident, Superman was a rapper. Superman has dropped a rap song about the GameStop incident. And here is the most fucked up part about the Superman rap. Macho Man, Randy Savage, you already know. Why does Superman got bars? Why does Superman got bars? No, I just heard a clip. It was all right. Like, here's I try to be like trying to be objective. Okay, so I'm trying to I can't say the lyrical content because it was supposed to be a I guess a trans positive song, because it was about the incident. You misgendered me twice, and it's not. It sounded like I'm not gonna say it was great. Okay, I'm not gonna say it was great. But it was better than what I expected. But clearly, it does not sound like a man. It's this dude. It's a dude rapping. Like, okay, fuck all other shit about how you feel, all that other shit. It's Superman. The rap name is Serotonin. Look. That's all I'm gonna say. I forgot that. I think the song might be called Superman. Let me see. But it's a bad. I don't even know. Like I don't even know. You just kind of gotta judge for yourself on that one. It's not as bad as I thought it would be, but it's one of them old. It sounds like that. What's that song? Remember the Name. It's got it reminds me of one of them kind of flows, like kind of sound to it. That was that Fort Minor or something like that. Yeah, that's what it reminds me of. But Superman has fucking dropped a song, and it's tough, dog. It's tough. That motherfucker looks like a rapping beach bum. You know what I'm saying? And it's tough to just the Rough Riders anthem instrumental. No, I haven't heard that one. Yeah, Dairy Queen, like that shit there. That's that for me to even say that would be disrespectful to Dairy Queen. You went and listened to it? I said, I only heard like a minute or 30-second clip on the gram, man. It's terrible. It's terrible. You know, I'm gonna put Scotty on the track. Scotty don't even make noise. Scotty don't even bark. Like, if Scotty barks, I get concerned. You know, somebody might be on the brink of death if Scotty barks, because that motherfucker does not bark at anything. Or if he does, only time he'll bark is if he thinks somebody might be threatening the little one, and they be on the other side of a fence or something way off in the distance. He just, give him a little check bark. But that dog never fucking makes noise. Like, honestly, Scotty might bark once every 3 or 4 months. Like, honestly, or me hear him bark once every 3 or 4 months, because the dog does not make noise. And that's being generous with it. Now, vicious pillow noises is a different conversation. Some of y'all have heard that. He definitely gets the Taco Bell design. Let me see. Oh, I think I did. And my fault if I didn't answer that. I do believe that I did see it. Doing your text in the thing? Y'all hating on Taco Bell. I'm going to go get some Taco Bell right now. Fuck y'all. It's probably the only thing still open. That might not be open, actually. Let me pull this up. But yeah, man, so again, but like I was saying, about the rite of passage, about cultural appropriation, about the things that we hold dear, the things that we respect, the things that we put up. And again, it's not just even the hood shit. You know what I'm saying? It's not even just because you have motherfuckers blacks who grow up in suburban areas, and they promote and they listen to and they support the music that is not beneficial. Like, you ain't selling no dope. You ain't even got drug dealers in your neighborhood. Everybody in your shit is working class, and you listen to all this trap shit, and you're not even about that type of lifestyle. Shit, the motherfuckers who made the song ain't about the lifestyle, but that's how they eating. But and again, so it permeates. Then you have motherfuckers get into shit that shouldn't be in that shit. Again, you can't tell nobody what they should and shouldn't be into, but it's just it's a huge negative impact on the culture. But then you have what Jay Dizzler said about having these younger rappers and looking at some of these people's ages. They think that that's what's going on. For them to be respected, they need to have that type of street credit. Niggas, think they got to sell drugs for the hoes and shit like that. Shit of that nature. And again, like I say, it's detrimental because, again, our priorities are fucked up. Let me see what we got. Hold on. What y'all talking about over here? What you talking about? Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Damn, that's what Taco Bell is? That shit complicated. The cultural appropriation remix. What is this? Taco Bell in Japanese? That is craziness. That's all kind of fucking up. That's a whole lot of shit going on right there. Everything is fucked up. Said 3 dudes were shot in a drive-by today at a candlelight vigil. And that's crazy shit. And this is what I'm saying. Like, winning when you're doing shit like that. But the thing is, and I honestly hate to say it. But then I don't even know how you do it. Because at some point I say we just, we have to separate and leave, certain ones alone, people, the ones that don't want to. And that's why I say, man, you can't be about trying to save everybody. I used to be on that. I want to save everybody, but I want to save or help like-minded individuals, because that's who you're going to grow with. That's who you're going to benefit from being around, not the people who are constantly telling you you're going to continue to get pushed down. You're going to continue to, fail because the invisible white man has his foot on your neck. When you see black people become successful all the time. Steve Harvey says, hey, be a professional in what you do and you'll have more opportunities, essentially. That motherfucker is cooning. He's soft shoeing. He's doing like, word. So we want to encourage Monique. She has integrity because she's cussing out basically the only people who are going to employ you. That's what I was going to say earlier too. As far as, we talk about cultural appropriation and stuff, we have to be so narrow-minded as black people. And again, we love Dave, but why is Dave win? Why is Dave Chappelle one of the greatest comics to ever do it, especially one of the greatest black comics to ever do it? Because he did not cater only to black people. He brought comedy that everyone could relate to. The thing I have with, we talk about Monique and, she's not getting love. Monique catered mainly to black women, and that's a small demographic. When you think about who your audience is, Monique doesn't have an audience that deserves. Who's better, Dave or Bernie as a comedian? That's tough, man. That's tough. That's tough. I like Bernie. I've liked Bernie for a long time. I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. But Dave is just Dave. The first comedy I ever heard from Dave, I didn't even know who he was. Like, I didn't even know what he looked like. I heard it on a fucking MP3 back in the Gap when motherfuckers was fucking with Napster and shit. And it was the part of his stand-up where he was talking about Sesame Street. And I was like, that shit was so fucking hilarious. And then I went and found the actual, stand-up and watched it. And then I started seeing some of his older shit. But definitely, I think I might have to lead with Dave. Bernie right behind him, but Dave is definitely that. But, said right part said it was white too. They were some, but yeah, Neil, what was his name? Neil something. And any other time I'd probably be able to think of it. Neil, because he's been on some other shows too. I can't remember his name. Dave's partner, Neil something. But I know they kind of fell out because, the Africa thing and some other stuff. Let's see. You say Dave or Chris Rock? I'm going to go with Dave. Neil Brennan, that's right. Neil Brennan. Yeah, Neil Brennan, that's his name. Absolutely. Yeah, Dave over Chris Rock. Chris Rock is cool, but Chris Rock, I like Chris Rock in doses. You can only take, certain aspects of Chris Rock. I think Chris Rock is a little bigger and blacker. You say Sid or Chris Tucker? Probably Sid. George Carlin went fucking fed. George Carlin was great because he talked about all the real shit. I'd like to go back and watch Everybody Hates Chris, but I can't fuck with old buddy no more, man. What's his name? Because he's done, son. The Black Roddy Dangerfield. What's his name? What's old buddy's name? I can't even think of his name right now. Fucking Swoley McHoho. Fucking big bitch. Terry Crews. Yeah. Yes, Terry with an I. Yeah, Terry Crews, man. I can't fuck with that motherfucker no more, dog. Like, you just really went out on some other shit. But like I was saying though, we're saying that Monique has integrity because, one, what is she standing up for? Nobody even knows what she's standing up for, right? Nobody knows what the fuck she's standing, because she's not standing for anything. They put this false premise that she's standing up for something, and she's wanting to get back in the game, right? But she's not in the game. I mean, we can't say, well, Hollywood is fucked up, so she got integrity. She wants to get back into Hollywood. So what are y'all talking about? She has integrity for? She wants to be back in that system, in that way of thinking, that line of whatever. That is not the fucking case. Okay, so it's not about integrity. It's about her wanting to do some shit. Monique is not professional. Like when we talk about black business, you compare Steve and Monique. Steve is the black business you want to support because you know when you go there, they're going to give you the best service. You know, you're going to get quality, whatever it is. Even if you may not all like all the food, it may not be the best tasting or whatever it is, but you're going to get quality food. You're going to get quality service. But when you go to the Monique restaurant, that's the one where you're going to be waiting for your food. They're going to fuck up your order. When you go say something about it, they're going to give you an attitude about it. You know, you're going to have to wait 15 minutes for somebody to even come to the fucking register to get your shit, you know, while they standing right there having their own conversation. Like, that's what you're going to get there. Then they're going to overcharge your motherfucking card, you know, for some bullshit. Like, that's what you're going to get when you go to the Monique restaurant. And that's what I'm saying, because how do you sit here and say, you know, fuck them people, suck my dick, they need to do this, this, and this. But then, you know, that's it. Yeah, Steve Harvey show was cool. I mean, he had that glued on flat top. But yeah. They might fuck you up your order every now and then. Yeah, that's my thing, man. So what she don't understand is even though we started out doing what she didn't want to do, but she grew to executive position. Yeah, and that's my thing. Like, I'm being blackballed. Fuck them, suck my dick. Okay. Yeah, you're blackballed, all right. You tell them to suck your figurative black balls. So you go literally get blackballed. Like, that's the crazy shit. That's the wild shit, man. Grab my dick and ball. And that's my thing. And I talk about Terry is again. That's my thing again, man. That's my thing again with Terry. What was going on in the Hollywood circles that let people know, or that let someone know, hey, it's okay for me to walk up and grab Terry Crews's balls in front of his people, in front of his wife and kids? What was going on? Because nobody prior to that, even with all the suspect characters that he played and all that other stuff, like, would just think that it's okay to go up to a large black man of that stature. You either are the boldest motherfucker in the world, the most disrespectful motherfucker in the world, or you know something about this particular person that very few people would know, or maybe it's an open secret or whatever they call it. You know what I'm saying? Why are black women? Why are women advocating the sucking of a metaphorical dick when their little dicks everywhere they need? Exactly. So that's my thing, man. That's my thing. Fucking, it's sad. It's a sad world we living in. Not a mad world. Sad world. I got a question. Who remember what was the name of that fucking movie? It was a weird movie with the fucking rabbit. I think the rabbit's name was Fred, but the dude was kind of cuckoo, and it was like a mask or some shit. I don't know. I can't remember if it was a mask or if it was the rabbit was like a figment of his imagination or some shit like that. And it had like one fucked up ear, but it was like an ugly ass rabbit face. I cannot think of the movie for shit. Harvey was it? It was Harvey was the name of the rabbit. I can't think. It was like the dude was kind of fucked up. No, it wasn't Roger Rabbit. It was like a gray rabbit. Was it Harvey? I don't know why I want to call the rabbit Fred or something like that. I can't remember the fucking name of the movie. I guess I should Google shit. I'm being lazy like the new kids of this generation. Yeah. Harvey is an imaginary rabbit story. I don't think that is it. No, that's not the one. No. No, I'm thinking of something else. Not Fred Rabbit, I don't think that's it. Wasn't Joe's apartment. No, the one up, Donnie Darko. There you go. Fucking A. Donnie Darko. I couldn't think of that shit for shit. Donnie Darko. That's the fucking movie. Okay. All right. There we go. I couldn't. I was trying to think of the movie. It was a movie that I was saying. I could not think of that shit for shit. Yeah, that's it. That's the one. Frank. Frank was the name of the fucking rabbit. Okay. There we go. Yeah, that was a good movie. It was an alright movie. It was kind of weird. I don't remember what, I don't even remember how the whole fucking movie went, now that I really think about it. But yeah, that was definitely it. That was definitely it. So, Harvey before Harvey, the Hurricane Harvey. Okay. Oh, I'm glad. Thank you, White Persuasion. I knew you would get it. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. I knew I could count on White Persuasion. Heidi's never good for anything. She never gets it. So, all right, y'all. Yeah, you gotta watch out for Heidi. Heidi working with two phones. She got a translate phone and a search phone, and she's fucking them both up. Yeah, I'm finna say I'm finna go to sleep, but I'm probably gonna end up fucking around on the game for like an hour. I'm on some James Harden usage rates right now. Yeah, I gotta definitely step it up though. So much more to do. Now that I would believe. That's why she really doesn't want to call in. It's not a German accent. It's a Russian accent. She's full of vodka. So I knew it. I fucking knew it. But I want to say, man, this was an interesting show. This was a very interesting stream. And I want to say thank you to everybody who called in. Shout out to Mike. Because a couple of things. Mike, I think Mike broke a few records today. Mike did a couple of things today. Brought Jay Dizzle and Brooks together in agreement. That's one. I'm not sure. I may be assuming. But I do believe that Mike might be our first Asian caller. Might be the first Asian person that we've had in the den, as far as I know. Are we done with Jesse? I'm gonna be honest. Like, damn, voice cracking off. I'm gonna be honest. What's going on? I don't know. Yeah, I might be like, look. That's gonna be like James Harden's shoulder in the playoffs before losing the voice and shit. My thing is, I'm scared of the day that Heidi's exposed as a man who lives in Houston, catfishing all of us. That would be interesting. Would that be worse than? Would that be worse than the Jussie Smollett scandal? That'd be very interesting. So basically, consider having a photographic memory can also be used to describe any kind of advanced memory skill, ability, condition, depending on the circumstances of attaining photographic memory. It means that she just takes the limitless pill. That's all that is. On the bench man, probably now. Probably not so many. I think right now, if it came down to it on the bench press, 225. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. I think I could probably give you, I would like to say, somewhere between 10 and 15, something like that. I would like to say somewhere between 10 and 15. I think that, I don't think that's too hot. So, there's that. It's been a while though. It's been a while since I've tried to do, I've done a bench press, but I would say somewhere in that vicinity. So, but yeah, like I say, shout out to Mike. Did some very interesting things for the day. I'm gonna go back and chop some of these calls up later, and definitely save that call. Is that how that works? Shoot for the eyes. But with that being said, y'all know what this means. I appreciate all of you for doing this. Yeah, Mike was in the chat. He was holding down the chat. He was, I think he had Chicago in the name. So, like I said, I want to say I appreciate all of you for coming through this evening. We'll be back at it again tomorrow at 10. You'd ask if we're done with Jussie. Unless something new comes up, you know, some real something comes up, I'll be honest. Milking the Jussie story a little bit, you know, because I know that's what a lot of people came to the channel for initially, or not initially, but recently. So, you know, keeping that conversation going, because I think it's only right to follow up with that because of the number of people who joined in, you know, from the videos on that story. But going to start, you know, I gotta find some new angles. Yeah, you know, gotta give the people what they want. Yeah, we barely did the cancel culture, so we're gonna probably dedicate a full video to it, because I would definitely like to. So, but that'll give me time to do some research on a couple of things that were supposedly supposed to be canceled, and you know, maybe the immediate aftermath of the canceling. But yeah, you know, definitely. I mean, it's a conversation that's happening right now, and really, because it's some people I want to see if they're ever going to own up to it, and it is what it is. Friends of the dead, hush on the list of topics, pick up subs, and we talk about weeds. Yeah. I mean, but I want to talk about it because it's one of those conversations that once it gets started, like here's the thing, you know, and I ain't gonna tell y'all about it, I'm just gonna do it, but I gotta do some things differently with the den. It said it only uploads the last 2 hours. I thought that it would do the whole thing. I know when I try to watch it immediately after, you only see like the last 2 hours, but then, you know, a while, like I think it takes a little while for everything to get uploaded. Then you can go back and see like everything. Yeah, because sometimes I go back and try to see and it's like still processing and shit. I'm like, what this bullshit? So there's that. But that being said, my friends, as long as nothing new happens, I'll be looking towards some other stories to start talking about. Jussie is, because I mean, the thing about it, when you've been basically not right, but figured this situation out from the jump, you know, the news is not new. It's good to see everything starting to add up. Some of these plot twists are interesting because we didn't even talk about him rehearsing the shit, because the news said that they rehearsed the fucking shit. So, you know, that's interesting. Yes, I have Xbox, HonchoSaucy on the Xbox, HonchoSaucy. Yes. But I'm out, man. Y'all be cool like y'all be cool. Y'all ain't got to go home. Y'all should already be at home. It's late. Don't be out at 2 a.m. looking for fucking footlongs, or you'll be the next topic on the den. Well, Bing, yeah, the Bing thing, they've been giving you like the little rewards and shit like that. Yeah, I've been fucking with that little shit now. I'm trying to give me a free month of Game Pass or some shit. But yes, make sure y'all follow. Oh, that kicked y'all out quick and shit. That was the wrong button. Well, fuck it. Yeah, get the fuck up out of here. We go. Shit happens. Players fuck up. What y'all doing? Who out there in the street right now? Somebody on their phone right now in the street. And, you know what I'm saying? Y'all gonna be out there at 2 a.m. looking for the footlong. Go to bed. Stay out of the subway.